a complete and a perfect period of waiting. That's what it means. Those who are biblical historians, you can tell when Jacob was in Mesopotamia, before he was released to get out of Laban, he had to wait for Israel under the leadership of Samuel. This is Ebenezer. Thus far, you have helped us. You have walked with us. Father, we present the whole program of this week to you, asking that you may bless all the facilitators. May you raise us and give us an uplifted platform that we may also do better after this. We thank you so much for today. May you grace the day and bless each one of us. While we are in Mombasa, we pray for divine protection, even concerning our health. We pray that every delegate, every stakeholder here shall be protected, and that the joy of the Lord shall be our strength. For this is our humble prayer of faith, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And let's say, amen. God bless you.
Thank you, Bishop Makimei. As you have your seats, I request now the band to be prepared for our national anthem. I request you again, KICD, to stand up for our national anthem, both national Kenya and East African, one stanza each. The band to read.
Are we good? If you're not good, we can do it a cappella. Thank you. May you get seated.
Thank you, our National Treasurer and the band, for reading us with the national anthem. Now, without much ado, the governor is in the house. We are welcoming him. As the governor comes, I have some glasses here. Kama ulipoteza miwani yako, unione hapa. Kuna kitabulisho hapa cha Mother Kagela Abuga. Mother Kagela Abuga. Kama unamjua, utakuja na yeye, sitakupatia, utakuja na yeye. Hapa ni Coast. Umutafute tafadhali na kujua, you are my regional chair, utafute muje na yeye. Lakini hii kadi naweza kupatia Joseph K. Rop. Joseph K. Rop. Nimesema Mother Kagera, kama unamjua uje na yeye. We prepare to welcome our governor. Wakiingia na chairman, tutasimama, tutampigia makofi ya Kepsha. Mnajua CBC clubs. Wanadada, unaweza kuongoza? Una head teachers najua hamujui sana CBC clubs. Hata mimi sielewi sana kwa sababu siendangi hiyo madarasa sana. Head teachers. Okay, tutapiga makofi ya kawaida ya kilo. Sawa sawa. Gavana akija. Hip hip. Let's do practice. Hip hip. Nitaongoza makofi kwa gavana. Napiga hip hip tatu tatu vile tunazoea. Ilikuwa ya Nyayo, wakati huo wale walikunywa maziwa ya Nyayo kama mimi. Nilikuwa nakunywa na ile kikombe ya kwanza kabisa kabla hajawekwa kwa paketi. You may wonder how old I am. Karibu Governor, makofi ya kilo hep hep. Karibu sana Governor wetu. Karibu. Kizidikisho pale na chairman. Naona hata mkuu wa elimu katika region hii ya Central, ya Coast amefika. Karibuni sana. Now,
thank you very much. Mheshimiwa Governor, feel at home in this conference. Today, as I'm sure our national chairman is trying to update you, Kepsha is not just here for a conference, but Kepsha is celebrating her 20th anniversary. And as we do that, therefore, we do it in style. Jukwaa ni tofauti. Delegates ni wengi. In fact, I'm told the delegates seated outside in the jumbo tents are enjoying more than us. There is a better breeze out there, and there are bigger screens out there, and the audio and the video is just wonderful. So as we move ahead with the program, so Chairman, now I call upon the National Secretary to read. Kindly, Madam Secretary, Madam Irene Yaile, to take us through the formal convening of the 2023 Annual General Meeting and Conference. Again, reading the notice in this special occasion when Kepsha is at 20. The new secretary is the first lady and the highest ranking woman head teacher in the country today. None other than Irene Yaile. Can I hear some noise from the women in the house? Women power. Karibu.
I'll continue.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Mombasa, our Chairman, Mr. Nzioka, the National Executive Board, the National Governing Council, other distinguished guests present, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much. Article 6 of the Constitution, Kepsha Constitution, mandates the association to convene an AGM and conference for its members. I refer you to our Gazette notice dated 12th October 2023 that appeared on the Daily Nation and Standard newspaper. It read as follows. The Kenya Primary School Head Teachers Association, the 2023 Annual General Meeting and Conference. Notice is hereby given to all registered members of Kenya Primary School Head Teachers Association, Kepsha, that the 2023 AGM conference and exhibition will be held on 7th to 10th November 2023 at Sheikh Zayed Children's Welfare Center in Mombasa. There will be a National Governing Council meeting on Sunday the 5th, which has already happened, at the same venue starting from 12 noon. That was signed by me, Irene Yaile, National Secretary. As the National Secretary of the association,
kukua kwa mtoto huyu in Mombasa raha, na tumekuja kukaribishwa na the king of the coast, His Excellency the Governor, Mombasa County. Nafikiri last year tuliwaambia ya kuwa from now henceforth, so as long as our brother is the governor of Mombasa, he will be the one to welcome us to this great county of Mombasa. And I want to say thank you very much, my brother, National Chairman, for this golden opportunity you have given us. Not forgetting our regional directors who are here, all other protocol observed. Mine is just to welcome you. Na najua kuna mambo mengi tutawaelezea baadaye. There are some areas watu walisema wangetaka watembee. Your Excellency the Governor, tunaomba serikali yako ituhakikishie hawa wageni waliokuja wanataka kutembea Mombasa hii, wanataka kutalii ndani ya Mombasa. These are domestic tourism. Na kuna mahali pingi sana wangependa. Bustani ya governor yenyewe katika ofisi yake ni sehemu ambayo imetengenezwa kipekee, na masehemu nyingi sana nyinginezo zikiwemo Mama Ngina, Fort Jesus, Hala Park, na niliwatumia katika mtandao wetu na nikawaambia ningependelea mu Google muangalie Hala Park, sehemu ambapo unaweza kuona the wild animals ndani ya jiji la Mombasa, Nguuni Park na nyinginezo. We shall be projecting these things in the screen. Tutawekea all those areas ambazo mnaweza kutembea, na governor atawapatia uhakikisho kama huo. Kwa hivyo kwa niaba ya watu wa Pwani na Mombasa kwa jumla, ningetoa fursa hii ya kuwakaribisha Mombasa. Karibuni sana, na tumeona baraka za Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kuwasili wageni. Your Excellency, our town has received a great amount of rainfall kwa sababu wageni wametutembelea. Mgeni njoo na mwenyeji afanyeje? Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my humble request to request our big brother, the National Chairman, Mr. Nzioka, to take the floor and welcome His Excellency the Governor of Mombasa. A big clap to our National Chairman. Asante sana, my brother. Ametulea, we are now 20 years old, brother. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fuad, our National Deputy Chairman, our chief guest today, who is none other than His Excellency, the Governor of Mombasa, Bwana Abdul Swamad Sharif. That Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir. Forgive me, sir, if I don't pronounce it well. I'm learning. All the directors who are here with us, my fellow head teachers, heads of institutions in our comprehensive schools. Hamjambo. Hamjambo. I want to take this opportunity first and foremost to welcome all of you to this very great and significant occasion, which, as you have heard from the bishop, it is a blessed number 2020. And we chose to celebrate this 20th anniversary together. I'm happy and proud that His Excellency the Governor has spared his time once again to come and be with us. Rarely do we get such a good gesture. Your Excellency, sir, we have been meeting this hall for the last 20 years, and it is this time round that we have heard the Governor gracing the occasion for the second time consecutively. We want to appreciate that. Sir, I want to appreciate again the leadership of education. We have directors from the Coast region. We have the regional director, the county director of education. We also have the regional director, Rift Valley, who is with us. I want to appreciate that very much. I want to appreciate the director, CEO, Sepu, who is with us now. We're very proud of you. We have seen the laboratories in primary schools, which are now comprehensive schools, starting to take off, courtesy of Dr. Mamboga, who is the CEO, Sepu, and is here with us. Thank you very much. We shall have time for you. Your Excellency, sir, allow me just to introduce to you the Apex team, which I work with in Kepsha, that is the National Executive Board members. Your Excellency, sir, this is the team. We have been working together to ensure this day and this week and this celebration is a success. And without any order, may I introduce to you from that side where we have Mr. Abraham Siala, a National Executive Board member, Mr. Musyoka, National Executive Board member, Mr. Ibrahim Dubat, our Executive Board member, Madam Winnie, the gender representative in the board, Mr. Macharia, who is our National Organizing and Publicity Secretary. Then we have Mr. Thomas Deda, who is the Deputy National Treasurer. We have Mr. Nyahoro, who is the Deputy National Secretary. We have Mr. Roche, who is the Deputy National Organizing and Publicity Secretary. And then we have my deputy, variable deputy, Mr. Fuad Ali. And the top two, here we have the National Treasurer, Mr. Kennedy Cheva, and the National Secretary, Madam Irene Iaile. I am Johnson Nzioka, the National Chairman. So that is the team we are working with. One member is missing. I think she is still around. One member, our Chief Administration, yes, is she around there? Our Chief Administration Secretary, Madam Rebecca Otieno, is also busy doing, taking care of other technical issues. So that is the team. Thank you very much. Colleagues, let's give them a clap. Let's give them a clap. Having heard say that, sir, allow me once again to recognize the delegates from all the regions who are here with us. Sir, from all the corners today we have massive attendance. Every member of Kepsha have tried to ensure that there is a member representing them in these celebrations. So I want to appreciate all of them because all the regions are represented. Earlier on, I know they were given a chance to show region by region, but mine is just to welcome all of you. We shall try as much as possible to take care of you and to ensure that our speakers are here in good time, so that by the end of the week, we have learned, we have exchanged, our concerns have been addressed. I want to assure you, today we shall have very powerful speakers. And tomorrow we shall have the leadership of the ministry to come here and address our concerns. The day after tomorrow, we shall have the leadership of Teacher Service Commission to address our concerns. So members, kindly be assured that all the concerns you have been having will be addressed this week. We have lined up quite a number of resource people so that by the time we are through with this week, we are well educated, we are well versed with the new systems of running our schools. So I'm requesting we stick to the program, we stick to the hall until the last time of the program. We have tried as much as possible to have a very relaxed program so that once we are through, we can also have time to steam off. I'm very sure you had gone through a very hectic period of the container. We are here to steam off that stress of the container. We are here so that by Friday, we shall get together now to celebrate the 20 years of existence. So, keep it here, members. Your Excellency, sir, it is my humble opportunity. Now I wish to welcome you, to welcome us to Mombasa, and to give us authority to be here and give us assurance of being secure in Mombasa. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together and welcome our governor.
Thank you. Habari zenu. Unajua kweli kuna Mungu. I have been blessed enough. I was just telling your vice chair here. I have been blessed enough to have been to your conferences when I was your member of, not your member of parliament, but I was a member of parliament. And now this is my second conference and you're turning 20 years. I hope and believe, God willing, ya Mungu ni mengi, that when you are turning 29 years, I will be coming here as the governor. When you're turning 30 years, I'll be coming here as something else. You never know. But You know, speaking in front of 12,000 people is not easy. Now you want to compound that with 12,000 people who are teachers. And you have to speak in front of teachers. It is not an easy, not for any other reason. Because every time I see you, I see examinations, I see as if I'm being, naona mambo tunapimwa huu jamani vipi, intellectual level iko vipi, anafaa. But first and foremost, I want to congratulate you. The lot that is here, you are the champions that have been able to integrate two different systems of learning, and you did it successfully. So first of all, congratulations to all of you. It is not a mean task, but you were able to do it. You've been able to do it successfully, running national exams concurrently. I mean, I don't know how you were able to do it, but all I can tell you is that these are signs of not just a good teacher, but a good manager. You needed to be a good manager to be able to do this, and you did it right. So congratulations. Secondly, I want to, and I'll never ever cease and I'll never stop speaking about this. We do not take it lightly that we have more than 12,000 people who could have chosen any part of this country to be able to meet, but you chose Mombasa as a preferred destination. We do not take it lightly. And as the CEO of the county of Mombasa, I want to assure you, you have my support, you have my blessings, and I really take this with a lot of humbleness. And you truly uplift us as Mombasa, and we believe that other sectors as well, from the medical fraternity and any other fraternity, will continuously choose Mombasa as a preferred destination, as the teachers of this country have been able to choose Mombasa as their preferred destination. When I walked in, I saw a charade of buses that were out there, and I'm seeing my office that is here. I want to give notice that the CEC for Finance will do what needs to be done. I don't want to hear of any of your buses being clamped because of parking. We will waive off those fees. I don't want to hear of anyone coming to claim for advertising fees during this period or fees for putting up tents or anything else. Those are fees that we will be waived. It is the least that I can be able to do, so that your partners as well can be able to appreciate. Equally, I'm getting in touch with the Department of Trade and Tourism, who will also be at call for any excursions that you wish for us to be able to facilitate for you. We will be able to do it so that we don't have to get forward to try and convince you by word of mouth. We want you to see for yourself, so that when you go back home, you can tell people where the Kamba Handicraft is, where the Fort Jesus is, where Forodhani is. You can be able to tell people where Ngutatu is, and where you can be able to see ostriches in Mombasa, and where you can be able to do so much more. And weather permitting, hopefully we have good swimmers here. We also have a very beautiful ocean that you can be able, na naona hapa watu bado wako na mwili wanaweza kuvaa swimsuit, na wenye kuvaa bikini watavaa bikini, lakini hiyo ni baada ya kazi, sio? Now today, more than anything else, it is important for all of you to be able to reflect on the achievements that you have had, and other than the achievements that you have had, the hurdles, the opportunities, strength, the weakness, not over just the 1 year, but over the 20 years that you have been in existence. What future holds for yourselves? As the governor of Mombasa, I can with a lot of pride state the achievements we have done, with a lot of humility, hope of what it is that we want to achieve next year. And with a lot of hope, envision what it is that I want to see to be achieved after my 10 years in office. When we came in, we started with a feeding program with the ECDs. And I can comfortably state that we have been able to do this very, very successfully, where ECD schools, those that are run by the county government of Mombasa, started with 8,000 students as enrollment. And when we started with the feeding program, we reached up to 10,000 students in terms of enrollment. And now beckons what next? I have tasked the Department of Education. We currently have about 14 new ECDs that are going on. And I've told them after they've finished the structures of those new ECDs, we need to feed more children. And the only way we can do that is by ensuring that we have new kitchens that we will be building, which we are hoping to be able to do prior to next year, or rather during this next year that is going to be there. And my intention is to start this feeding, not just at ECD, but from junior primary as well, so that these young people can be able, and I want to just state, in Mombasa we have been able to do it 100% FOC. That means that the parent pays zero. There is no payment at all that is being done by the parent. Everything is being catered for by the county government of Mombasa. And we are hoping that once I'm able to do the new schools, we will be able to be in a position not only to look at the junior primary, but also we will be able to now look at all the community-based schools that are currently supplementing the public owned schools. And once we have been able to achieve that, I believe our enrollment will go even further than what it is currently. We have a program again based on the same primary schools. Last year we did it, and this we did it this year as well, where every candidate is given the revision materials, again courtesy of the county government of Mombasa, with no cost on the parent or the school itself. We equally did a motivational program. Now this is something that is unique. We realize that a lot of young people, the students that you taught today, and some of them end up being A potential students. We realize that once they're in Form 3 and Form 4, and some of them as early as Form 2, over the school holidays, this is the period where the devil enters their head. Where now they're whispered into that you're idle, do this and do this and do this. And we came up with a very unique thing, something that has not been seen in any other part of this country. And what we did, we came up with a motivational program where we looked at all the public schools. This last holidays, we did it for Form 3 and Form 4. I've given the Department of Education a task that we need to do this now to all schools, including those private schools as well that are supplementing the public schools. And my intention is very simple. For every day that we take a child during the school holidays, and when we take that child on board, one, we know where the child is. Two, we're not giving them hard labor. We're not giving them compulsory tuition classes or anything, but we're giving them a motivational course, and which also includes other things like being able to read as well. And as we are doing that, we have two types of funding. The first funding for every day that the child attends, we have a funding that goes to their bursary kit. Then we have a cash amount that we give to the child as an incentive. Not enough for them to go astray, but enough for them to use for their fare and their lunch. So now you have a child who can be able to comfortably say akona at least 150 yake kila siku kwa mfuko, anaweza kutoka bila kujaribu kufanya mambo mabaya, angalau akona 150 yake, anaweza kununua lunch, akanunua chips or whatever else it is. Then on top of it as well, you have 250 shillings that is kept for that child's bursary. And then now we have digital ways of confirming whether the child attended or not. Ukiingia, we can be able to confirm that your child attended or your child was not able to attend. If you attend over a period of 20 days, mzazi wako ameseviwa na 5,000. Because and I think we're the only county that are actually paying you to be a better person. We're literally the only county. We are literally paying you to be a better person. Recently, libraries were devolved. They've always been devolved, but the functions now have been transferred. I can comfortably state that we've already bought enough books for our Macmillan Library. We bought some from the Logos Hope ship that was able to come in, and we've equally bought some that are curriculum books as well. And our intention now is to go and spread these libraries all the way up to ward level, so that kila moja aweze kusoma. I had a very, very big, I don't know whether to call it a strength, and I want the same that I was able to achieve. I used to go to want, that is what should translate to the younger generation here, that they can be able to have reading material. And lastly, this is an overly ambitious program that we have. But is it doable? Yes, it is doable. When I was a member of parliament, I had an ambitious program where I made sure that every public secondary school had access to water. That means whether it is water from Mowasco or it is a borehole. But then we didn't stop there. We actually put up purification units. That means the water that you're drinking right now, the machine that purifies the water that you are drinking in this conference, the bottled water. We were able to do this, and every single child in secondary schools in Mvita constituency currently has access to purified drinking water. And then I took this further. I said, if I can be able to do this, majority of secondary schools are interlinked to the primary. So the first thing we're going to do is those schools, we're going to do a piping system and a water storage system, so that every primary school as well that is connected shall have not only access to water, but purified drinking water, so that no child can be able to not study because they don't have access to clean water. And I'm giving this pledge for the rest of Mombasa. If I was able to do this as a member of parliament, I am confident I can do this as the governor of Mombasa. My ambition is to ensure that every child, we will start this with the secondary schools, the public secondary schools. 1, they will all have access to water. 2, we will ensure that water is purified water, so that that child who drinks that water can drink and quench their thirst without getting worried whether the water was boiled, it was sieved, or whatever happened, or whether they're going to be able to get diseases. 3, we're going to put in piping for the schools that are adjacent. And we want to make sure that those schools, the primary schools that you head, will now have access not just to water, but to water that a child can comfortably be able to drink from the taps and can be able to with the heat in Mombasa. Hata nikiwaangalia sasa hivi nawaona kila moja yako hivi tu. Na hata sasa hivi sisi tuko winter sasa hivi. Fuad knows it, isn't it? Sasa hivi watu wako winter. Sasa hivi unasikia watu wanavaa makoti. And I think it is important. I might not be able to finish all the schools within 1 year. I might not be able to finish all the schools within 2 years. I have a saying that Rome wasn't built in a day, but Rome was built. My dreams might not be able to be confirmed and finished in a day, but God willing, they will be confirmed. And on the same strength that when I stand here and I tell you, I will remind you the things that we said we did and we were able to do, I will remind you the promises that we were able to keep and we fulfilled, and I will remind you of other grander ideas that I will have, that my intention will be to be able to fulfill them. Maybe not in my position as governor, but in my position that the people of Mombasa and Kenya at large will wish for me to be in. So kwa hayo mengi, nachukua fursa tena kuwakaribisha Mombasa. I will not be able to stay for very long, but I request that all the deliberations that you will be going through, if they can be equally brought forward to our offices. I work very, very closely with the Department of Education, the Education Department. Education as education, not just the department, but education as education holds a very, very dear part in me, because I strongly believe that education is what is going to be that particular corner that is going to change the lives of the people of Mombasa. So asanteni sana na munakaribishwa katika jimbo la Mombasa. Najua kuna jengwa mabarabara, lakini hiyo ni dalili ya kwa tunakuwa, sio? Kwa hivyo asanteni sana na mubarikiwe walimu wa Kenya nzima. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Governor of Mombasa. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together and appreciate the Governor? Then I will kindly request Your Excellency to come and receive an award from Kepsha, and this one will be presented. It will be presented by the Director Sepu, the CEO Sepu. Kindly come and present the gift, our small gift to our Governor. Thank you very much, sir. You've been gracing our occasions. Thank you. There is another visitor here who is presenting. Yes. Oh, wow. Thank you very much. May God bless you. And we want Your Excellency, on behalf of these members, we want to pray for you, and we want to say that all dreams are valid. All dreams are valid. You have heard the Governor talk about the wishes to be serving the Kenyan public in a different position after he does with the governorship. So we pray for him. Thank you very much, Governor. Yes. Thank you. We shall request the RD and the county director to escort the Governor to go and plant one tree, at least one tree. Thank you. Back to MC, Mr. Machare.
Asante sana, Bwana Chairman. Thank you for that session. Without any much ado, I will call our National Secretary to read the recap of 2022 Annual General Meeting and Conference resolutions. Madam Irene.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back on stage to present to you a communique of last year's general meeting, and allow me to go through it very fast so that we don't waste time. So Kenya Primary School Head Teachers Association 18th Annual General Meeting and Conference held at Sheikh Zayed Children Welfare Center, Mombasa on the 3rd to 9th December 2022. The theme was managing the transition of competency-based curriculum for effective nurturing of each learner's potential. Preamble. Members of the Kenya Primary Head Teachers Association, Kepsha, drawn from the 47 counties and the different public primary schools across the country, convened as per Kepsha's Constitution 2003, which was revised in 2020, physically and virtually on the 3rd to 9th December 2022. The notice and the agenda of the 18th AGM were issued as per Article 6(2) of the Kepsha Constitution. During the 18th AGM, the members had an in-depth review of the association performance for the period 2021-2022. The progress of the implementation of the 17th AGM resolutions, recommendations, and requests from the Ministry of Education, Teacher Service Commission, and partners were also reviewed. Further, the members considered other matters that were decided by the National Governing Council, such as sharing experiences and deliberating on management issues affecting education implementation within the primary school context after the COVID-19 pandemic. The conference members discussed and took notes of the comprehensive and informative presentation made by the Ministry of Education, the Teacher Service Commission, development partners, and other esteemed education stakeholders, with a particular focus on head teacher leadership in the ongoing education reforms. The members acknowledged the willingness of Kepsha partners and the private sector to support effort towards quality education at the primary school level. We now look at the resolutions and the recommendations. Kepsha 18th Annual General Meeting Conference resolved to 1. Approve the financial audit report for 2021-2022 financial year and the projected budget for the year 2023 Kepsha activities. Number 2, approve Kigo Njenga and the company's certified public accountant, Kenya, as the external auditors for 2022-2023. Number 3, amend the terms of legal office of the association. Number 4, monthly disbursements of funds to regions and counties to be audited and accounted for by end of Q1 of 2023, that is April 2023. Number 5, review the Constitution with a view of strengthening the Secretariat so as to optimize Kepsha operations. Number 6, develop a 5-year strategic plan that considers ongoing education reforms and the role of a primary school head teacher in them. I want to announce to you that if you look at our program very clearly, you will see that we shall be launching the strategic plan in the course of this conference. Number 7, create a partnership matrix that defines relationships between partners and Kepsha in return on investment and critical paths for engagement. Number 8, continuous professional development for head teachers with a specific focus on culture change, inspirational leadership, and career progression. Number 9, create calendar of events for regional meetings with the topical issues that will empower head teachers from grassroots levels. Number 10, Review the conference format for better attendance, participation, like the reducing number of presentations per day, pre-conference briefing with speakers, pick moderators, and MC. Number 11, the regional conferences to be held in April and August in all regions to enable the national office prepare for the annual general meeting and conference. Number 12, teacher professional development. Under teacher professional development, Kepsha to continue supporting TSC on training of teachers for professional development and those who are about to retire on retirement preparedness, and lobby for speedy processing of teachers' pension once they retire. Number 13, to ensure there is 100% transition of learners from primary to secondary schools and organize regional meetings, training and capacity building in January 2023 to address implementation of junior secondary school JSS readiness and implementation framework of JSS. Number 14, Kepsha to support the process of engineering and redefining the National Education Management Information System, that is NEMIS, to assist in the efficiency of data collection. In response to Quality Assurance Director, organize regional training to facilitate head teachers with information on NEMIS. Number 17, to lobby Ministry of Education to provide materials for both primary and junior secondary schools that is also inclusive of the physically disabled children, segregate physical and learning disabilities, affirmative action to increase number of SNE teachers by training more teachers for early detection and enrollment of learners with special needs, public-private partnership for inclusion and for special needs schools, awareness and sensitization campaigns against stigmatization. Continue supporting the government's initiative of integrating ICT into education through the digital learning program to facilitate use the vote head on security to secure the gadgets, training of teachers on digital skills. Request the Ministry of Education to include a budget line for Kepsha activities in the capitation grant to ease the operations, e.g. Children's Council. Lastly, under resolutions, Kepsha to collaborate with the Kenya National Parents Association to promote strong partnership, coordination and parental engagement to help children re-entry to schools, to encourage more parents-teacher engagement during school activities. We now go to recommendations and requests. We start by appreciation. The AGM appreciated the Ministry of Education and Teacher Service Commission for the following. 1, for the Teacher Service Commission, point number 1 was, our appreciation was on promotion of grade D1 head teachers. Number 2, capacity building of head teachers, specifically in preparedness for JSS implementation. And number 3, recognition and promotion of head teachers who have furthered their studies. Request to the Ministry of Education, Kepsha 18th Annual General Meeting, /Conference, request the government through the Ministry of Education to do the following. 1, commitment to ensure that FPE funds are released before the school open. Number 2, commitment to engage the National Treasury for increased capitation. Number 3, allowing recent KICD students remain domiciled in primary schools as was the wish of Kepsha teachers. Number 4, provide infrastructure resources to assist in CBC implementation and increase of the school enrollment resulting from the closure of some private schools. Number 5, provide security for learners and teachers in areas affected by insecurity. Number 6, consider increasing the FPE capitation annually to enable schools meet the current demand in their respective institutions. Number 7, Support continuous capacity building programs of teachers for effective CBC implementation in schools. Number 8, include a budget line for Kepsha and Children Council's activities in the capitation grant to ease the operations. And lastly, review examination policy with a view to addressing challenges of students who fail or who fall ill or deliver babies during the examination period. We are happy that the Ministry of Education and conference last year. Thank you so much.
Let's clap for her, our Secretary. I'm sure those who are present, those are the deliberations we had last year. Without wasting time, we are learning the program. We are a bit behind time. I would give 2 minutes each for the following. Longhorn. Nadia taanza awe hapa. Yule anawakilisha Longhorn. Destination. Targeter. Na anti-counterfeit authority. 2 minutes each, please. Nani wa kwanza kuingia katika uwanja? These are our sponsors, and we really recognize you for the good job you are doing for us. Welcome.
Thank you, MC. My name is Michael.
My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We need to confirm those minutes.
Thank you so much. You'll forgive me. It is my first time that I'm doing this. We learn every day. Allow me now, therefore, to ask for somebody to propose. Yes, Mr. Ndirango. Somebody to give a mic to Mr. Ndirango, or come forward. Just come close here. I'll give you the microphone. We need one microphone to be taken around when we have such sessions. You can use this one meanwhile so that we don't waste time.
I, Francis Nyahoro Dirango, do hereby propose the minutes for adoption. TSC number 279633.
Somebody second. I have a lady to second. We have a lady here in the house. Yes.
I, Frida Lois Kisoya, TSC number 296810, I second.
Thank you so much.
Lois Kisoya, TSC number 296810.
Thank you so
much. The minutes.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
Thank you for that confirmation.
Aya, targeter. Your chance. Oh, wrong one, sorry.
Okay, thank you again. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Maura. I'm the Chief Operations Officer of Longhorn Publishers, PLC. So I'm here and I'll take you from the MC to keep my presentation brief, including giving an opportunity for my colleague here. I'm here to represent Longhorn, as I said, talk a bit about Longhorn, talk a bit about our products and services, but more importantly, explain why we are here together with Kepsha. So first of all, congratulations to Kepsha for turning 20. It's rare you see an organization as big as Kepsha being together for that long. Longhorn Publishers, of course, is in the publishing business, has been around for over 50 years, may not be new to most of you, and we are always in your schools. We're in about 9 African countries because our goal is to be the #1 provider of innovative learning solutions. But we are always keen on getting it right back home, and that's where we are here to partner with Kepsha and others in the education space, so that even as we export the Kenyan education system out there, we're exporting a good product. In terms of why we are here, and I think the chairman captured the main agenda in terms of why we are here. So as we develop products and services to serve you and the parents and the learners, we are always keen to understand what are the issues that are facing the education sector, what are the issues facing our teachers. And that's why we are mainly here. So we'll be sitting, listening in, and we are very keen to understand the 5-year strategic plan that Kepsha has for us. In terms of products and services, because we don't have a lot of time, I'll just mention them, but there's a lot of information you can get around in our stand. So we have grade 8 books that are ready with us. Some teachers were already asking for them. In about 30 minutes, they'll be available in the stands for you to have a look at. We are also in the process of distributing the same books to your schools, even as we speak, as part of the KICD program through the Ministry of Education. We also have an e-commerce platform which we launched last year, and we are also keep on developing based on your feedback. It's called My Be There, and the point of this e-commerce platform is to ensure you get affordable products at your convenience. So this is an e-commerce platform that is basically related to the school ecosystem. At the moment, you will find books and stationery, but in the long run, you will be able to find all the products and services you might need in your schools. So as I finish, I'll give a chance to my colleague to talk about the last of the products that we wanted to discuss today. Thank you so much. Please interact with us throughout the week.
Good morning, teachers. Good morning once again. Kindly wave to me. Asante sana. I'm James Onganga from Law Learning. Law Learning is a subsidiary of Longhorn Publishers, and our purpose is to focus on innovation. So I want to tell you about 2 of our products. The first one is ebooks. Our typical Longhorn ebooks are available there. However, we've also added special needs education. So if there are head teachers from special needs schools, kindly come and visit our stand, get to see how we've converted our textbooks to special needs education book. Secondly, we also have coding. Kenya is the first African country to have coding as a core curriculum course within schools. We have a coding product, so come also to our stand and experience how we are developing coding. It is important that as teachers, we ensure that we are building learners for the future. So let's impact them with these digital skills to help them get placements in the future. Asanteni.
Thank you. As the distinction coming, we have the targeter. That's here, please. 1 minute. Distinction, where are you?
Thank you so much. To the chairman, National Kepsha, the National Executive Board of the Kepsha, and all the invited guests, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Yes, by the names, I'm Bernard Ouma Otieno. I serve at Targeter Publishers as the National Marketing Manager. At this point, I want to say thank you, Kepsha, for the partnership we always had at all levels, from the county, regional, and at this national level. May God bless you. Targeter Publishers, we are a publishing company that mostly deals with revision, assessment materials, and revision books that's entitled encyclopedias. And our encyclopedias are up to the task in terms of following the curriculum design. We have all the levels from playgroup, PP1, all the way to grade 8 that we are just going to release in this conference. And we also have one of the best assessment exams at all levels, and we are proud and happy for you that you've always supported us in using our products and our exams. At secondary level, we have one of the best books called the A Finders.
and that in one book you are able to get all the contents from Form 1 to Form 4. And the good news today, able principals and head teachers, is that our books will be sold at discounted prices. As I finalize, I just want to echo the words of the 16th President of the United States of America, Abraham Lincoln, when he said that if he was given 8 hours to cut down a tree, he will spend 6 of the hours to sharpen his axe. And that brings me to the planning and preparing of our students. The best products, the only sure way to make sure we make these learners get prepared well for their future lives is making use of targeted educational publishers' products, because we are the wings of excellence. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, Targeter. We have our different categories of sponsors. We have the silver, gold, and so on. So don't worry, if I have not called you, your time is coming. This time I'll give counterfeit authority. Anti-counterfeit authority, I think it's Madam Agnes Warigia. I hope so. Karibu, 2 minutes.
Our old boys and girls in Kepsha, There is old boy Gademia. Makofi kwa old boy Gademia. Former chairman Gademia. Makofi kwake old boy Mitei, former secretary general. Makofi kwake. We have old girl Kayeri from Nairobi. Mpigieni makofi. The mother of the children's government. And we have another old boy, Caleb, from Nyanza. And then Bwana Nyahoro. Yeah. And I am looking at none other than makofi pia old boy Karuga. Apigiwe makofi Karuga. Karibuni sana wakubwa.
Karibuni sana. Nitaita national chairman after this. Welcome them officially. So continue the program.
Thank you very much, MC. Allow me to begin once again by saying happy 20th anniversary. Please wave me, happy 20th anniversary. Thank you. So I'm here, like I've said before, from the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. And the Anti-Counterfeit Authority is a government parastatal mandated to combat counterfeiting in Kenya. We are in the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, and currently in the State Department for Trade. And why are we here? I want to draw your attention to your programs, page 15, as I acknowledge Longhorn and Oxford for putting a message on counterfeiting. Counterfeiting is a menace that affects so many sectors, including the education sector. In the education sector, you may be more familiar with issues of copywriting. And that is the message that you have on page 15 from one of your publishers. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk counterfeiting, we are talking issues of intellectual property that has been protected and then it is infringed on. And I want to come to an item that we have been dealing with very, very extensively in the ACA, an item that you use in your day-to-day teaching, an item that determines the fate of the children as they sit their national examinations. A simple tool, the mathematical set that you tell your students when you're sitting your exam, you must have a mathematical set. That mathematical set usually will have a brand. And the most common brand that maybe we know and use oftenly is the Oxford, the Helix mathematical set. Ladies and gentlemen, the counterfeiters have invaded even the schools. And you find that when the students use counterfeit mathematical sets, the calibration on the various instruments within that mathematical set, more often than not, are wrong. So when you're telling your students, measure 5 centimeters, and they measure 4.8 centimeters, definitely, the answers will be wrong. So ladies and gentlemen, as we are here, as Anti-Counterfeit Authority, we are here to just talk about some of those small issues that are there within the education sector. Within the education sector, I've mentioned the mathematical set. We have seized a lot of books, and that's why I brought you to page 15. Books that are authored and published in Kenya, but they are coming from outside of the country, yet purporting to be the same books. And when we call in the publishers, they are not their books. Another way of copywriting that is very, very common and that you can help us to stop is through photocopying and putting together as if they are the normal books. When you visit our stand, you will see the effects of that, where the pages, the pagination is wrong, the diagrams are wrong, and so many other things. And ladies and gentlemen, then, why am I telling you this? This is because we have realized at the Anti-Counterfeit Authority on the need to partner with schools, the need to partner with you sitting here this morning. And therefore, we want to begin slowly, and we want to request that when we approach you, the national chair and the national executive, we would want to have a sitting so that we see how best we can work towards inculcating a bit of respect of intellectual property in the schools and stop issues of counterfeiting. Come to sports. You use balls and you tell the games teacher, go and buy this particular brand of a ball. But when that ball comes, it is used for 2 days, it bursts. It is not the fault of the teacher. More often than not, those are counterfeits. Please come to our stand. We are right here next to the Kaunda suits, and we shall be able to give you more. When we approach you, to even sponsor some of the music festivals, drama festivals, we'll be happy to partner with you. Once again, I wish you a happy anniversary and thank you for listening to me. Regards from my Executive Director, Dr. Robbie Jeroge, and the entire ACA team. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much. In a minute or so, our national chairman, I'll give you a chance to introduce the dignitaries in the house. I'm making a list because I can see very senior people in the house. I cannot be able to mention them when you are here. I'll give just 1 minute for the following gold sponsors. One is the Butter Shoe Company, 1 minute. Liberty Africa, please. And KCB, who are our title sponsor. Then we close that chapter of sponsors this morning, today. Please, Butter Shoes Company, 1 minute. And I request we don't counterfeit time. Huh?
Thank you, MC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. As mentioned, my name is Brenda Mwancha. I am the head of retail for Butter Kenya. And I would like to just start by congratulating you for celebrating 20 years. It's no mean feat for you to be able to be in existence for 20 years. So congratulations. And I also want to thank you for the opportunity that you have given me to stand before you today to be able to speak a little bit about Bata. It's an honor and a privilege to be here to talk about the brand Bata, a renowned footwear brand with a very rich heritage in Kenya that I believe each and every one of us in this room has interacted with over the years. I think all of us are very familiar with Bata, right? Right? Yes. Bata has been in Kenya for over 90 years, since 1932, and we have plans to continue being in this market even in the future. Having now recovered from the COVID effect, we are looking at aggressive expansion plans as from next year, so that we can ensure every Kenyan consumer will have access to our products at a store near you. Closer home, schools have been our great partners over the years through our Bata Tafis and Bata Bullets brand. These two brands form such an integral part of Bata, and we are grateful for the support that we have received from all of you. This support has not gone unnoticed. It has made us continue to innovate and deliver a quality product that you can continue to be proud of in the spirit of Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. Tafis have been trusted as a children's school shoe brand for nearly 70 years now. A proud heritage for a company that values its high quality products and solid history. They were originally designed to meet the needs of African children because many of them walk to school. Therefore, we created a shoe that ensures they are built to last and they stay for life. And hence our campaign, Tough Enough for the Toughy in You. They are manufactured locally in Kenya in our Limuru factory with genuine leather for comfort and durability. The brand is durable, handsome, easy for care, and it has properties that no other school shoe can claim: antifungal and antibacterial treatment, so that we can keep your child's feet healthy and odor-free. We are proud to be the only ones to claim that benefit. Tafis have allowed our children to be able to express themselves. The durable designs give them the confidence to move, and the modern styles enable them to reflect their true identity. We continue to count on your support as far as these brands are concerned. Even as we continue with this conversation on children, Bata Shoe Organization runs a Bata Children's Program, whose mission is to create a brighter future for children in the communities which Bata operates. We do this because as Bata, we believe when we help children, we secure the future generations. The BCP program operates on 4 pillars: education, which I think is your key pillar. We have health and safety, environmental sustainability, which I think is also a discussion for this conference, and mentorship and skills. We have very many programs around these 4 pillars. We support children by giving out free shoes, sanitary towels. We also have a partnership with SOS that we flagged this year, and it is to continue to support children in this regard. Then, in closing, Bata promises to continue to offer its support to both children and Kenyan consumers through our products and services, and we would like to urge you all to continue to support us in this journey. We currently have a stand just behind here, and we are selling these brands at a discounted price. We look forward to see you visit our stand and continue to support us in the schools that you head. Thank you.
Thank you, Bata Shoe. Then we have Liberty Africa. Are they in the house?
Thank you very much, Bwana MC. The National Kepsha Conference kicks off today as you celebrate your 20th anniversary. We are here as proud members, as proud sponsors of this conference. We wish to thank the Kepsha Secretariat. We wish to thank the honorable guests, delegates, members of the academy, fellow sponsors, exhibitors, and have in this conference. My name is Lawrence Mora. We pride ourselves in being a leader in offering convenient, value-adding financial solutions to our customers through our Okoa Sasa brand. All our loans are same-day check-off loans, ideal for settlement of emergency obligations. And we promise our customers, this esteemed conference is a statement at Kepsha, is a reflection of our commitment to working hand in hand with educators, leaders and stakeholders to advance the course of education in Kenya. We have facilities, including the Pata Internet Lipa Pole Pole facility. We assure you we did not come empty-handed. We come bearing gifts and merchandise that we'll be giving out to applicants through the conference. With those few remarks, I wish to thank you for your dedication to education and also for allowing us to be part of this transformative journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'll spare some minutes for KICD because it's our main sponsor. After I call our national chair, and because we have so many, so that I welcome the chairman to recognize them. Please, the band. Register their vehicles with their regional, so that you don't complain later that your vehicle was clamped. Register your vehicle, either private or a bus for public and so on, with your regional chairman, then they forward those lists to us. Thank you. Continue. Mafundi wa mitambo, tunangoja nyinyi.
Kenya wenye nchi kipenzi chetu hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye nchi kipenzi chetu hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu hatutaiacha milele daima. Na nikienda nje sitasahau Kenya, na nitabaki Mkenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu hatutaiacha milele daima.
Chosen generation. We are a chosen generation, called forth to show His excellence. All I require
generation called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me. I know who I am. I know who God says I am. What He says I am. Where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I know who God says I am. What He says I am. Where He says I'm at. I know who I am. Generation called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me. I know who I am. We are the chosen generation called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me. I know who I am. I know who God says I am. What He says I am. Where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I know who God says I am. What He says I am. Where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I'm working miracles. I live a life of favor. I know who I am. I'm walking in power.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because of time, I now call upon our national chairman to do the needful and carry the program forward. Our national chair.
Thank you very much, our National Organizing Secretary, Mr. Macharia. Ladies and gentlemen, may I once again take this opportunity to greet you. Katika jina la Yesu, hamjambo. Hamjambo. Nawakaribisha tena kwa kongamano leo, nikishukuru Mungu kwa kupatia baraka leo, hata vile tulivyoanza na baraka kwa wageni wengi. I want to appreciate our guests who have come to be with us. Before I make my presentations on the Presidential Working Party's report, may I recognize the following guests who are with us. We have Luca Kagugu, Regional Coast Director, most welcome. We have Milton Nzioka, Regional Director of Education, Rift Valley. Thank you very much to be with us. We have Mr. James Gashugu, County Director of Education, Mombasa. Thank you very much. We have Mr. Sifuna, Regional Director of Education, Nyanza. Most welcome. We have Mr. Obiero Jared, Regional Education Director, Western. Thank you very much, Mr. Obiero. We have Abdurizak Ada, our founder, treasurer. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdurizak, for being with us. Mr. Humphrey Gitonga Mugo, our former Deputy National Secretary. Thank you very much. Mr. Oduyu Caleb, former National Executive Member. Thank you very much for being with us. We have Philip Arap Mitei, former National Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Mitei, for being with us. We have Elisheba Kaheri, founder of the children government in our schools. Thank you very much for being with us. We have Mr. Joseph Karuga, founder, national chairman Thank you very much, Mr. Karuga, for being with us. We have Mr. Nicholas Gikungu Gademia, our former national chairman. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our elder brothers and sisters are here for us to celebrate together, because this far we have been because they were. So thank you and feel very much welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, in the program, it is saying that I was to present a paper on the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform and its prospects and implications for primary education and Kepsha. The Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms was appointed last year, and they came up with a report. And in this report, I want to point out that it focuses on 6 points which refer to us as primary educators. And I will be zeroing in on these 6 points. One of them is affirmation of the competency-based curriculum and the 26333 education structure with 2 years in pre-primary. And number 2 will be creation of a comprehensive school comprising primary school, grade 1 to grade 9, and this under one management of to CBC required significant adjustments in terms of infrastructure, resources, and teacher training. And 2, enhancing teacher and parent capacities is critical to effective implementation and support for the CBC program. 3, adequate funding and resources are crucial to support reorientation of the curriculum and new programs. 4, balancing the desire for holistic education with avoiding curriculum overload is an emerging need which requires to be addressed. I think that one has already been addressed, that the learning areas are now reduced. And 5, standardizing of CBC implementation across all schools is a potential challenge considering the existing school context. Because we want a school in Nairobi to be standardized with a school in Lokshogyo, a school in Lamu, a school in Nyanza, every other corner. And when we talk about comprehensive school system, with pre-primary school to grade 9 managed as one institution, headed by one head of the institution and 2 deputies, what are our prospects? The Presidential Working Committee has given this as the recommendation. We are looking at the prospects as follows. A comprehensive school setup offers a seamless transition from pre-primary to primary and to junior secondary levels. This continuity can enhance the quality of learning experiences and facilitate a smoother change academically. 2, integration of different levels allows more holistic approach to education, addressing the cognitive, social, emotional development of learners throughout their formative years. A single leadership may allow more consistent management and coordination across the levels, ensuring alignment in school policies, curriculum, programs, and teaching methods. Consolidating resources across levels will allow for sharing of facilities, staff, instructional materials, and enhancing cost savings and efficient resources allocation in the long run. That is what we are saying, because we are saying the teachers who are allocated to early childhood can as well be used to take care of early years in primary, and the teachers in primary can as well take charge of early years in junior secondary, and junior secondary can as well be given duties or allocated duties to learn how to take care of the learners in senior primary or in upper primary. So that is sharing of the resources, and mostly human resource. Teachers and administrators across the levels can collaborate more closely, sharing best practices and collectively working towards common educational goals. That is why we are talking about one leadership in a comprehensive school, where we have an head of institution and 2 deputy heads of institution. And 6, this eases assessment of learners' overall performance and progress across the levels. We know we shall have assessment from early years in learning up to junior secondary grade 9. The assessment record will be kept and a continuous one, and therefore we shall be able to track their performance. Considerations for primary education: in this, there will be likely increased complexity in managing a comprehensive school setup due to the diverse needs of schools. And today and this week, I'm calling upon all of us to be on the lookout, to learn more from our resource persons that we are going to have speaking to us. We need to engage parents and the community in a comprehensive school setup, which may require different strategies and increased efforts to ensure their active involvement. Yes, the parents probably were not so supportive in a primary setup. Now we are having a comprehensive school. We need to engage them and show them the need to support. And we, as the leaders, we need to design strategies to handle this and bring the parents on board. There will be a likely increased complexity in accountability for student performance and learning outcomes, as this involves multiple levels of stakeholders. It is for us to be up and running so that we are equal to the challenge of ensuring the learners' records are kept. Recommendation on equitable access and inclusion in basic education through provision of chaplaincy and counseling programs, school meals, monitoring for teenage mothers, and re-enrollment of the out-of-school youth. What are the prospects for primary education? One, it is equitable access and participation may lead to better retention rates and improved educational outcomes for all learners. Active championing of equity and participation initiatives through policy advocacy will be strategically and advantageous to Kepsha, and enhancing the association's reputation, attracting attention and support from the government, partners, and stakeholders. Kepsha can foster stronger ties, better cooperation, and support from parents, guardians, and the broader community by addressing equity and inclusion. That is a challenge for us, ladies and gentlemen, that we must, from here, we must go home, back to our schools, to address the challenge of equity and inclusion, so that the community can appreciate what we are doing and they come to our support. Considerations for primary education. In promoting equity necessitates redistributing available resources, providing additional support to underprivileged schools, or adjusting staffing across the comprehensive school. This is a call as Kepsha we shall be making to our government and the Teachers Service Commission, that we need redistribution of available resources to mostly the disadvantaged schools, so that they are brought to a level where we can be able to handle the comprehensive school with possibly good enough staff to handle the learners and the resources to ensure infrastructural materials and instructional materials are provided. 2, promoting equitable access and inclusion calls for targeted interventions to address special needs and other marginalized groups. This includes leadership training, teacher capacity development, by retooling our teachers and by even retooling us as the managers. Advocacy and lobbying to influence policies and secure resources for schools may require strengthening of partnerships with the government and strategic partners. As Kepsha, we need to advocate for more resources to be allocated to the comprehensive school. Later this week, I know we are going to have the Parliamentary Education Committee with us, and I know they will address this on what plans is the National Assembly putting in place to ensure the right resources to support the comprehensive school. Then building and maintaining collaborative partnerships with government agencies, private sector organizations, and community groups to address equity, inclusion in primary education is likely to be both rewarding and challenging. Recommendation number 4 was inculcating values, integrating community service learning, and sensitizing parents, caregivers, and the community to support CBC implementation. What are our prospects? Value-based education will likely contribute to well-rounded, socially responsible, and adapted learners, stronger school communities, and positively impact on education. Community service learning, practical, real-world experiences that enhance critical thinking and problem-solving among learners will foster a sense of civic duty, responsibility, and strengthen the school-community relations. Parental engagement will facilitate a deeper understanding of learners' needs, create a more supportive and inclusive community, positively impact overall development of individual learners and learning outcomes. What are the considerations of us as Kepsha? We are saying values, effective value-based education necessitates teacher training, allocation of additional resources, and adoption of innovative assessment methods beyond traditional academic evaluations. Here we shall be talking about evaluating the learners not only on what they do in class, but also what they do in the fields, whether it is in athletics, in co-curriculum, ball games, in other indoor games, and even in agriculture. Effective integration of CSL into the curriculum requires adjustments in the curriculum, rescheduling, and assessment methods of schools. That is what we are calling upon our ministry to look at. And we are saying even the Kenya National Examination Council would be coming up with effective and slightly different methods of assessments of schools, enhanced planning and supervision to ensure the safety of learners during community service initiatives, additional efforts and coordination to establish and maintain partnerships with community stakeholders and organizations, and then parental engagements. We have to call upon schools to implement structured mechanisms and effective feedback channels to reach out to and involve parents in school activities and educate them on their role in supporting the children's education. For example, we can have activities, games days in schools with the parents and the children. We want to make the parents feel part of the school administration, and in so doing, we will have brought them closer to us to support the education of the curriculum-based in the implementation. And recommendation number 5 was leveraging technology for curriculum delivery and assessments. What are the prospects of the primary schools? Enhanced learning opportunities. Access to technology and online resources can provide interactive and engaging learning materials, broaden learners' horizons, expose learners to a wider range of educational content, and make lessons more appealing to the learners. Colleagues, I want to believe that those who have been able to have the gadgets and those who have exposed their children to those gadgets, IT gadgets, they have seen how the children are learning to interact with them. Appealing, personalized learning. Technology can facilitate adaptive learning platforms that cater for individual learning needs and the pace of learning. Teachers can use data analytics to identify learning challenges and provide interventions. Teacher professional development. Technology can offer online courses, webinars, and resources to help teachers improve their skills. Tomorrow, we shall be having the Vice Chancellor of Open University of Kenya, who will talk to us more about learning through technology and advancing our education as ed teachers and as teachers of this nation through the Open University of Kenya. Efficiency and convenience, automated assessment tools, and teacher communication. And when we get to remote learning, technology can enable the continuation of education through unexpected and professional development of pre-primary school teachers to effectively strengthen the foundational learning. 3, provision of the necessary resources, including materials and facilities for pre-primary education of all learners, including those with special needs, as well as diverse cultural backgrounds. And 4, potential involvement in the learning of their children. Parental involvement in the learning of their children. Long-term planning to ensure a smooth transition from pre-primary to primary and to junior secondary. And 6, engaging with the county governments, local communities, and stakeholders, like we have heard here today. The local government here, the county government of Mombasa, they have a big plan for their early year education learners and teachers we want to trust other governors in other counties will take heed of what His Excellency the Governor of Mombasa has said Mombasa is putting in place here. And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I urge the Ministry of Education and relevant government authorities, Kepsha and other teacher professional associations such as Kesha and Kipsa, private sector organizations, education stakeholders, partners, and trade unions to work together to address these critical issues. 1, equitable school resource allocation. 2, professional development for school leaders, staff, parents, and stakeholders. 3, coordination among different head teachers, mobilizing resources and expertise for implementation. And 7, serving as a feedback platform between primary school heads, the Ministry of Education, and relevant education stakeholders. Thank you very much for listening to me. Those were the highlights of the Presidential Working Committee, whose report is out and with us. But that is a summary of what concerns the primary schools and what we shall be looking forward to handle. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me also to recognize our other very important visitors who are with us. We have the Managing Director, Kenya Literature Bureau, Mr. Victor Lomario. Karibu sana, Mr. Victor. We have the gentleman I just mentioned in my report. This is the CEO, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, Professor Charles Ogondo. Thank you very much. And we have the RDE, Coastal Region, Mr. Luca Kangoro. We have Madam Mother Ekirapa from Ministry of Education, National Coordination and Field Services. Mother Ekirapa, you're very much welcome. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Chairman. We give him a hearty clap. Thank you. I may forget, there are some ID cards here. Please, if you know somebody by the name Samuel Kipsige, Emali Tim, and Onesimus Murindo Mutiso, waambie wanione tafadhali, ID card zao niko nazo hapa. Now, without much ado, I'll usher in KCB, who is our sponsor title, as I welcome our national treasurer, Bwana Cheva, to be now the chair of the next session. KCB, once you finish, Bwana Cheva, you take over now the program. And the CIC also, I'm not forgetting you. You'll be given a chance by Cheva CIC. I know you're in the house. Maribu.
Thank you so much, Mr. MC. The chairman, Kepsha, the entire board of management, and all the head teachers, ladies and gentlemen, still good morning. Good morning. So thank you so much. My name is Ephantus Mundia. I will be presenting a little bit about KCB. We are very, very excited and delighted to be speaking to these multitude of teachers. And for us, we never forget that we are here because one of you somewhere molded us. That one is not something we forget and we take lightly. So we do have a lot of things we can talk about as KCB. Myself and my colleagues will be actually presenting every single day. We are going to be taking you through products that are designed and suited to fit every financial need you may have, both as an institution, as an individual, as a business, as a school, within the course of the week. Personally, I will just be taking you through some issues on personal banking. And the most popular, next. I think if you look at the screens, you will see the most popular product that we have. We have ensured that we partner with the schools to actually make sure that we empower the teacher. You have seen our personal loan, and I'm sure almost everybody here is enjoying our personal loan. We have just done a little bit of enhancement on it because of the needs and of the teachers and the ability to be able to invest. We noticed that a majority of you have requested whether we can actually just scale it up a little bit. So maximum we were giving was around 5 million. People were building with it, but with the economy, we've seen things have scaled up. So actually, we have taken up the loan a little bit higher to 8 million for unsecured, no security at all. The next you will see is a product that we are calling the Gold Savings Account. Actually, the Gold Savings Account is one that you should take advantage of. If you have some money that you feel or you have a goal and you would want to be saving a little bit, we have goal on mobile. If you are our customer or non-customer, you log into your mobile app and you can actually be saving a little bit. The interest rate is advantage of it. Even if you currently own a home, there is no reason as to why you can't own another one for residential purposes and probably use it for whatever you want to use. So currently, we have partnered with Kenya Mortgage Refinance Corporation, and we are giving you money at an interest of 9%, very affordable. I think it's the lowest, and we don't have any other person doing it. We are giving you a flexible repayment period, and you own a home. By the time you are leaving, and this is just for, I think for KCB. So make sure you take advantage of that. If you check the next, you will see that is just a little bit about the same. You can be able to take advantage of that. We can give you as maximum of 8 million, and you can buy your house anywhere within the country. One of the things that you love about KCB is that our national presence. So that means the teacher who is working anywhere in this country can be able to get access to KCB wherever you are. You don't need to go far. We have over 200 branches in this country, and we have regional presence everywhere. And we have a national presence. So that one I'm sure you are aware. I already talked about the goal. So we can go next. So we are also offering an opportunity for those of us who want to save for our young students. And we are saying that the future belongs to our kids today. So at the end of the day, we are giving a very flexible ability. We'll be coming to your schools to explain this to the parents. We understand that most of the times you'll find that the parents may be having a little bit of a challenge with their school fees. But once we encourage them to save in the goal and in the CAB account, you'll find that even for you, the school fees payment is much, much easier. Moving along, we say that we do not want accidents. Because, of course, anybody without a KCB account, you may be prone to financial accidents. So for us, we will be there to support you in all means and ways. And we hope that by the end of the period of this conference, even when my colleagues come tomorrow, there'll be somebody about SME, there'll be about insurance. We hope that at the end of the day, you pick something and you go and implement. So for us, we will continue working with you, and hopefully at the end of the day, we will make you a better person financially. Thank you so much. and God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll appreciate that this is a good moment. Can we give it up to our main sponsor, KCB? Mr. Chairman, I don't know whether it was by coincidence. KCB is a bank of cool colors, green and blue. And the opposite is red, and there's very little red in the room. I'm not talking about any bank. I'm just talking about KCB, our main sponsor. Mr. Chairman, before the main sponsor was your speech, which focused on the Presidential Working Party on education reforms and looking at it in a comprehensive school setup. And I must say, in jest, that your speech was indeed comprehensive. Indeed, Mr. Chairman, if the conference ended now, we would have gone home with the entire conference because you summarized everything. But then to get the nitty-gritty and the accuracy now, because the chairman has set the strategy, now to get the operational bit, we need serious men and women to come here and give it to us raw. Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, I'll be calling upon doctors and a professor. And they're already in the house. And to kick us off will be none other than a doctor here to come and effectively talk about quality education equipment or quality school equipment and materials for effective curriculum implementation. This facilitation will be said and done by none other than the Chief Executive Officer, School Equipment and Production Unit, CAPURE, the CEO himself, who is a doctor, PhD, Joel Mabonga. Oh, come on, let's give a better one to Daktari. As Daktari comes here, I can assure you, Mr. Chairman, this doctor has placed a science kit in almost every junior school that wanted to. He has also placed a mobile lab inside the classrooms of the junior schools of the schools that wanted to. And with the little money or the much money given to us in the junior school, please go ahead. Listen to him and ask him how you can get your own science kit. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, Dr. Maboga.
The National Chairman, Kepsha, Mr. Johnson Nzioka, Head of State Commendation, the National Executive Committee, colleagues, CEOs from government institutions, honorable teachers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hatujambo. Thank you. I wasn't given much the time I'm going to take for my presentation, so I take it that I can do maybe 3 hours continuous. But I'll make it brief. Maybe within 10 minutes, I should be able to make my presentation. Mr. Chairman, as CEPU, we are really honored to be here in this session. Last year, we were here to make a presentation. And this time round again, we've given us an opportunity to be able to make a presentation to honorable teachers. And Chair, I was asked to talk about quality school equipment and material for effective curriculum delivery or implementation. And that is what I'd like to speak about very briefly. And Chair and colleague teachers, studies across the globe, in Kenya and outside, I've indicated that there is a correlation between presence of school equipment and material and school performance. And I'd just like to sample only 2 findings. The first finding, which comes from Nigeria in the state of Kaduna, was undertaken in 2003 and many other studies. But for the sake of our presentation, I'll only pick out 2. And what was the finding? Is that school facilities have a profound impact on both teachers and students' outcome in actualization of educational goals and objectives. And this is a given based on research. That a school that is well endowed with equipment, with facilities, is able to perform. And maybe your experience with mine is the same. The second study I would like just to refer to, coming from Kajiado, undertaken by Mokaya, there is the latest in 2013. And in this study, it was able to establish the influence of school infrastructure and student performance in improved performance educational processes. And we have them within our schools. We can be able to mention and count a number of them. Then we distinguish between material and equipment, whereby materials are mostly expendables that we're able to use within the school. And equipment are more of the assets that the school has to support teaching and learning. And Chairman, this now brings us to CAPURE. CAPURE stands for School Equipment Production Unit. And our mandate is to design, manufacture, supply, and distribute science equipment and apparatus for educational institutions. National Chairman, I want to thank Kepsha. They have done us proud on what we have been able to do as an institution, by able to publicize what we do, and not only publicize, but also able to purchase some of this equipment. CAPURE also acts as an agent and consultant, and we store chemicals that are used in the school lab. We had a speaker from Counterfeit Authority speaking about counterfeits. So if you want to avoid counterfeits in terms of school equipment, in terms of chemicals to be used in school, then your choice is CAPURE. And I would like just now to summarize my presentation in a small video that is going to show the entire work that we do. We just need to play a small video that will be able to capture the entire work. So, Chairman, as that comes up, just to mention to colleagues that CAPURE has a vision, that is to be able to have a society with scientific habits of mind, skills and practices driven by modern science. That's what we aspire. And we can be able to link that up with CBC and the aspirations that are within CBC. So that as we speak about transformation that we have in this country, we need to think science. And science is not complex, it's simple. And we can be able to develop a society that is able to change its thinking and be able to think and be driven by modern science. Please just bring up that brief video. As I speak, we have laid up a tent out here where we are displaying a number of equipment that we have and that we have brought for you to be able to interact and be able to see what is it we're able to supply to schools. The first item we have been able to share with you is a mobile lab. And this is a mobile lab that is portable. You can be able to use in any of the environments. Beside the ordinary mobile lab, we've gone ahead and be able to have a mobile lab that is using solar. And that solar mobile lab is available for display in our tent that is just opposite this session. The mobile lab comes with a number of components, about 19 items that accompany the mobile lab. So once you purchase our mobile lab, it will come with a microscope, it will come with a 13 kg gas cylinder, and a few other chemicals that will be able to support the teaching and learning. So beside the mobile lab, we undertake laboratory repairs and fittings within the schools. So if you have a laboratory, or if you have a laboratory that is a bit torn or is weary, we are able to adjust and be able to give you the latest art of laboratory equipment. But we go ahead and do installation of laboratories. If you have a classroom and you're not able to construct a laboratory, we are given that ordinarily to be able to construct a laboratory and be able to fit it with gas fittings, piping, that will take you to the tune of about 3.5 million Kenya shillings on the lower side. But we're providing a mobile lab at 200,000 Kenya shillings, and we can still go ahead and convert your empty classroom into a laboratory. And therefore, you can be able to have a laboratory within your school without necessarily doing a construction afresh. And those are things we're able to do. We have gone ahead and also come up with a science kit and manual. And we really want to thank KICD for having looked at this kit and manual and been able to give it a mark of okay, that it fits within junior secondary. So thanks so much, KICD, for that support. This science kit and manual is really going to help you as you take your learners at grade 4, 5, and 6, and even at junior secondary. It comes with a number of components. We've looked at the designs and seen what is it that a teacher needs at the bare minimum to teach, say, integrated science. And we've captured those items in our kits. So this kit is available from KICD and we can, from CAPURE, and we can be able to ensure that you get it. Beside this innovation on science kits and science manual, we also design and produce school furniture across the country, and we are able to distribute and supply to you in whichever school once we get your order. Then I did mention about stocking and distribution of lab chemicals. This is what we do. Even now, as the schools are doing, moving closer to doing practicals, we are able, as a government institution, to supply and distribute quite a wide range of quality laboratory chemicals and reagents that any school will be able to need. And some of these are things that you need when we're going for national exams. Now, we just want to take a bit of a journey through a number of issues we do, items that we do in terms of, we can be able to see this visually through that video clip. Okay. So we are able to distribute, this is student lockers and chairs. This is just a sample of a school that we've been able to acquire this. When you talk about mobile labs, that's what we're able to see. Maybe you can start afresh. Okay, let's go now. Members, you can be able to see through that video a summary of the kind of work we do. Okay, all right, thank you. I think it's not getting quite clear, but we are able to see what we are mentioning. And Chairman, why we are happy to be part of... Thank you, Chairman. That was just a brief video of the kind of work we do, and you can get more details from our tent that is just next here, together with our contacts. But Chairman, just before I sit, I would like to thank the Executive Committee. This photo you've seen, where the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya was officiating the release of 38 mobile labs. That was work that was coordinated to us by the National Secretary, Madam Irene. Let's clap for her. So we know that this kind of partnership through your team, we can be able to reach out to many schools, and schools can be able to afford this. So please don't ask whether you are able as a school. The government has now devolved funds through CDF. And I know as head teachers, you are very influential within the community, and your voice is heard at CDF. Just talk to CDF, and we shall be able to deliver this at no cost of the school, but the cost of CDF. And that case that we've been able to see was totally funded by CDF for the benefit of schools. And therefore, you as head teachers, you have the messages to take. I know occasionally we ask, how are we going to raise the funds? But we're giving you the option that the funds are there. Please consult the executive of Kepsha, consult even us in how you can be able to reach CDF and be able to ensure that your school is well facilitated. Lastly, Chair, as CEPU, we really value this present within University of Nairobi, Kenya Science Campus along Ngong Road. And we welcome you anytime. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to Dr. Mabonga. And now, Daktari, with all humility, can you kindly receive this award or small token from Kepsha? Makofi kwake. Courtesy of Kepsha at 20. With that, remember us when we were 20, and pray that we are together when we'll be 30. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference is getting and turning to be academic. And you'll appreciate that you need to take notes. That's why you are given a notebook. And now, before I usher in the next speaker, I want to recognize an important personality who has joined us, and he has been with us for some time now. Mr. Silas David Obuhasta, kindly be upstanding and wave at the congregation. Ladies and gentlemen, the guy who is waving at you is the national chairman of the Parents Association. Karibu sana, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, in the house again is Karen Simpson of the Africa MD, Oxford University Press. Madam Karen, are you in the house? Kindly wave at the congregation. We know Oxford wana tembea kidogo so that they can promote their products, but if she's in the house, she can wave. Karen, there she is. Give her a round of welcome. Again in the house, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. John Mwazembe, Mr. John Mwazemba is the Regional Director, Oxford University Press, East Africa. Thank you, John. We see you, and we love Oxford. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, I just remember that Oxford is one of the very few partners who have worked with us the entire 20 years. And I can see Joseph Karuga, founder, smiling because he has just heard a fact. And then again, ladies and gentlemen, in the house is Daktari Purity Ngina of Zizi Afrik Foundation. I've just spotted my friend Dr. Manyasa of Usawa, but he'll be speaking to us. Daktari, you can wave. He'll be speaking to us shortly. And now, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure now, without any pressure, to call upon a very important personality in this country to take us through the theme, Rethinking Education Management within a comprehensive school framework, and that is inspiring innovation for sustainable impact in the present and future decades. To take us through that was to be Dr. Elias Abdi, PhD, OGW, Director General, Ministry of Education. And this morning, we just got a signal, and the chairman was informed that the DG had to rush to Paris, France, to represent the CS. And in his place is the able Mr. Stephen Barongo to read the speech of the DG. Is Stephen Barongo in the house? Yes, he is. And Mr. Stephen Barongo, who will be speaking at a later date in his capacity as the Director, Primary. Am I right? Director, Primary. Today will be speaking as the DG, Ministry of Education. Karibu sana, Mr. Barongo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and all the leadership of Kepsha in this country. Our invited guests and the presenters this morning. Nimeona madaktari wengi, na mimi nikiwa nimekaa katikati ya madaktari na maprofesa, basi na mimi niko hapo hapo. Kwa hivyo naendelea kushughulika kwamba hata mimi siku moja angalau nipatiwe title kama hiyo, lakini tukiwa na wao through osmosis, I'm feeling daktari. Our dear delegates from all corners of this country, ladies and gentlemen, as you have been told, my name is Barongo Stephen Omogo, and I am the Director in charge of Primary Education. Kwa hivyo nikiwa na nyinyi, mimi niko nyumbani. Mimi ni mwenyeji. Kwa hivyo tunaungana na nyinyi kuwakaribisha wale wote ambao wametoka kwingine, na have done us proud by delivering that KCPE, that KIPUSEA, that KILEA so well. So he told me when I come here, I tell you congratulations for the job you have already done. So congratulations to you, ladies and gentlemen. He was called on short notice, as it has been told, and therefore he asked me to read his speech. And therefore I'm only going to read his speech. But before I do that, as a director in charge of primary, I also want to take my own self to appreciate the work that you people are doing for our children on behalf of the whole ministry, because you are the implementers of all our policies and guidelines, and you are the people that inform us and tell us this is working, this is not working. You change here, things will go well, and so on and so forth. So we appreciate you, Bwana Chairman, for that work that we are doing. So let me go through what we are talking today, rethinking education management within a comprehensive school framework. Ladies and gentlemen, as we navigate the challenges of the present and the future decades, it is imperative that we inspire innovation in education for sustainable impact. Our objective should be to equip learners with skills and knowledge they need to thrive in an ever-evolving world. One way to achieve this is by rethinking education management within a comprehensive school framework. Traditionally, education has been focused on imparting knowledge through transmission of information. However, in today's dynamic world, this approach falls short of preparing our students for the challenges they will face. We must shift our focus towards fostering innovation, critical thinking, problem solving, and adaptability. Within a comprehensive school framework, we can redefine the purpose of education. It should not solely be about attaining high scores or passing examinations, but about cultivating a long-life love for learning and intellectual curiosity. By doing so, we can inspire our students to become self-directed and purpose-driven learners, capable of navigating the complexities of the present and future decades. To achieve this, we must reimagine the traditional roles of teachers and students. Teachers should embrace the role of facilitators, guiding students on their learning journey, rather than being mere transmitters of information. They must create a supportive and collaborative learning environment where students can explore, experiment, and make connections with different areas of knowledge. By adopting this approach, we encourage critical thinking, creativity, and problem-solving skills in our learners. Additionally, we need to integrate technology into our homes. By leveraging technology, we can create personalized learning paths tailored to each learner's unique needs and interests. Furthermore, we must push for interdisciplinary learning within a comprehensive school framework by breaking down the artificial barriers between subjects. We can enable students to make connections and see the bigger picture. This approach fosters holistic understanding and equips students with ability to address complex issues from multiple perspectives. An essential aspect of rethinking education management is to prioritize social and emotional learning. Our interconnected world grows ever more diverse. It is crucial to cultivate empathy, cultural understanding, technology again. As we talk, technology can sometimes bring issues. Allow me to start here. To ensure sustainable impact, we must encourage lifelong learning. Education should not be limited to the walls of a school. It should extend beyond the classroom and continue throughout a person's life. We must promote culture of continuous learning where individuals are encouraged to seek knowledge, acquire new skills, and adapt changing circumstances. This will not only benefit individuals, but also contribute to development and the progress of societies as a whole. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, rethinking education management within a comprehensive school framework is crucial for inspiring innovation and ensuring sustainable impact in the present and future decades. By shifting our focus from information transmission to fostering critical thinking, problem solving, and adaptability, we can equip students with the skills they need to navigate an ever-evolving world, embracing technology, interdisciplinary learning, social and emotional learning, and promoting lifelong learning as all essential aspects of this reimagined education approach. By embracing these changes, we can truly prepare our learners to not only thrive in the present, but also become leaders, innovators, and agents of change in the future. Together, let us embark on this journey of rethinking education management and creating a brighter and more sustainable future for generations to come. And even out of technology, I again want to say that we are moving a comprehensive school environment in another way, where we are saying that all the schools, all the levels of schools that we have been talking about in Kenya can operate within a perimeter wall, where we have the ECD, that's early childhood education, we have the primary education, we have the junior school, and even senior school within one compound. And therefore we must also start reimagining and rethinking and even building our capacities, because the leader within that comprehensive school will be one lady, one gentleman. And we will give to that one lady, one gentleman, deputy principals in charge of different levels. And within that framework, then we must harmoniously deliver education. Today, I've talked to you as a Director General, Dr. Elias Abdi. But we'll continue associating now as Barongo Stephen, Director of Primary Education. Thank you so much for listening to me. I want to stop there, ladies and gentlemen. Erokamano.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to Director Primary, who was speaking as DG today. What he forgot to tell you is that that one gentleman who will be in charge of the comprehensive school is the lady and gentleman seated here today. You, heads of the current comprehensive schools, both primary and junior school. Ladies and gentlemen, nikiangalia, when I look at you, oh, wow. The DG has spoken well, and we need to reward him. The DG has spoken well, we need to reward him. Kindly, sir, you take this. Now this belongs to you, because you were the DG today. And this belongs to the DG day one of the conference. And the DG day one of the conference was Stephen Barongo. Ladies and gentlemen, I look around, I see some bored faces, some tired legs, and I want to ask that you be upstanding. Band, come on, give us a hot number. One brief one hot number. Let's shake our leg a bit, stretch our, ourselves. Yeah.
Yule si wako wataka kuniua bure Bwana, wataka kuniua bure Bwana. Wewe una wako Nairobi na mimi na wangu Mombasa, chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Nasema sina makosa wewe Bwana, sina makosa wewe Bwana, sina makosa wewe Bwana, sina makosa wewe Bwana.
Sina makosa we.
Ni muda tu hauko, mimi sina makosa, tungeendelea. Ladies and gentlemen, KLB would like to launch this, and if you are not ready now, you'll do it after the prof. You want to do it before the prof? Right now. Ladies and gentlemen, KLB are now ready to launch something very exciting. And I welcome the director, KLB. Karibu sana.
The National Chair, Mr. Johnson Nzioka, CEO KICD, fellow CEOs, the education fraternity which is here, very important people, the head teachers of all our primary schools across the country. God is good, and all the time. Asanteni sana. Greet the person next to you. Namwambie KLB napenda wewe sana. Turn to the next. Thank you very much. My name is Victor Lomaria. I'm the Managing Director of Kenya Literature Bureau. Today is a very exciting day to meet with the teachers from across the Republic. This is the first time I am addressing such a huge gathering of very important people. This is the first time Nzioka has given me an opportunity to come here. Thank you, Chair. Nashukuru sana. As you are aware, this is a government publishing house. There are only 2 in the country at the moment. And we've been with you for so many years. As you are aware, KLB was established in 1947 as East African Literature Bureau. We've grown in leaps and bounds as an institution to the present day where we are the giant of the industry in Kenya and also within the region. So KLB is renowned for quality production of educational and learning materials. You are aware of our series of brands, right from ECD, PP1 and PP2. We call them Skill Grow. Then from there, you are aware about our visionary series from grade 1 to grade 6. You are also aware about our early year education, in quotes, to Some, English, Kiswahili, and mathematics, grade 1, 2, and 3. And the books of the moment. And that is the latest series in our brand catalog, the top scholar, right from grade 7, going into grade 8, all the way to grade 9. And I'm happy to report that and your support, which we continue to encourage you to support us. We've been able to pay dividends to National Treasury every year. At the moment, cumulatively, we've been able to declare dividends and pay them. We don't only declare, we declare and we pay to National Treasury over 300 million Kenya shillings. And that's why it is important for you to continue supporting us, because whatever we are able to declare as surplus goes to National Treasury. Now, why are we here? We are here because we have the latest product, which has just come out of our publications. It is still very new. We want to serve it hot today. And that is what we call Active Primary Atlas It is CBC compliant. It does go through the process of KICD. It has the latest information on our geographical issues, on the political structure of this government, and everything else which is happening in the country. It has been well captured by our renowned authors and editors, and I want the teachers of this republic to be the first to sample these products. They have not been made available. They'll be made available today, and we are going to give these books to you at a discount of 28%. And they are available. We have enough copies for all of you. So what I need you to do only is walk to our stand, which is next door, well branded. You will receive a copy of your book at 28% discount. This is the latest edition from KLB, among so many other products we are doing. As you are aware, we also we are publishing memoirs and autobiographies of very renowned and important Kenyans. The latest we launched a month ago is a book called Ali Bad by Honorable Beth Mugo. It has the history of this country right from independence up to now. It is spiced up with the political dynasty and dominance of certain families in this country. We have also done several memoirs and autobiographies for the pressman called Lin Jiru. Most of you have read that book. It is very good, and I advise and encourage the teachers who are here today to also sample Kenya's history, which has been deposited in those materials. We've also been able to launch a book called Share Grit by Zipporah Kitony, Honorable Zipporah Kitony. It is also available as part of our stable. We also have one by the former chair of TAC, Dr. Nzomo. We've published a book. And so many other very prominent Kenyans continue to choose KLB as their publishing house. We are going to launch the latest again in the next few weeks by somebody all of you are familiar with. It's called Leonard Mambo Mbotela. The book is titled J. Kamatia hapo. Thank you very much. So I want to invite National Chair of today's function, Nzioka, and CEO KICD, just to give me some escort as we unveil the latest products in our edition of KLB products, Active Primary Atlas. Thank you. So karibu sana, National Chair, karibu KICD. Now my team is here. We have Ms. Mukui, and we have Justin Koech, our regional people. They are assisting us here. And then Joseph Nyiri, so you can guide us on what we are supposed to do. So National Chair and KICD boss, I want you to cut this ribbon. Yes, Chair. Yes. And the picture is very important for this, and I'm also there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5.
Yeah, it is makofi. Unaona huyu Masai ametokea vizuri sana. I think there's something we're supposed to run on the sides. Koech and the team. Amjafurahia makofi. Something is running on the screen, please. Yes. Nataka tuchukue picha na hii. Watu wachukue mapicha hapo. Makofi kwa National Chair, CEO KICD, and the KLB team. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much for listening to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big one to KLB. Kukaa karibu na wadosi ni vizuri. Kaa karibu na wadosi upate kupata kitu. Saa ingine utaangukia kama mimi. Nimekaa karibu nikaangukia Atlas, ambayo ni mpya kabisa. Hii ni mpya. Primary Schools Atlas. It's a CBC Atlas. Congratulations, KLB. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker is an interesting citizen. The short time I have known him, he has never ceased to amaze me. Last time I was in office, I found him editing editing designs. The designs we use in JSS. And he was editing grade 8, and I suspect grade 9. I'm very suspicious of grade 10. And I thought he was too senior to edit books. And then he tells me that's what he eats. Books are his food. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Charles Ongondo is the director and CEO of the KICD, or if you want, the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, and you know him very well and is in the house. Professor will come here, and himself is going to address us on innovating the JSS curriculum and pedagogy for a transformative and sustainable impact in the present and the coming decade. For Professor to feel that we feel him, maybe very quickly we can narrate the 7 core competencies as he listens. Communication and collaboration. 1, critical thinking and problem solving. Imagination and creativity. Citizenship. Learning to learn. Self-efficacy. Digital literacy. Ladies and gentlemen, I was reading the core competencies. He doesn't read. He says them offered. Makofi kwake Professor.
Thank you very much, Bwana Cheva. The National Chairman, Kepsha, and your esteemed committee, all my colleagues from the sector of education, led today by our DG, represented by Bwana Barongo, my colleague CEOs who very eloquently spoke before me, all partners in the room, ladies and gentlemen of Kepsha, good morning. No, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Kepsha oye. Kepsha oye. When you say oye, you wave. Kepsha oye. Thank you very much. Allow me to bring my colleagues who are in the room on board. I want to introduce them, Madam Eunice and Charles Munene and Patrick Andika. Please come to the front. As they come, ladies and gentlemen, as KICD, we want to say how pleased we are to partner with Kepsha during this momentous 20th anniversary, and particularly to remind ourselves that KICD is part and parcel of Kepsha because your chair, Captain Nzioka, sits on the KICD Council. Please give him another round of applause. As he sits there, he is a member of the Curriculum Technical Committee of Council and also the chair of the Human Resource Panel at KICD, and he has always led and questioned how much representation we have from Kepsha in development of our curriculum reforms. Give Captain Nzioka another round of applause. Listening to Mr. Nzioka this morning as he unpacked the recommendations of the Presidential Working Party on curriculum reform, then this country can confirm Kepsha and the entire leadership of our primary schools are in the right hands. Let us cheer ourselves again. Now, KICD is still that institution of yours whose primary mandate is to develop curricula and curriculum support materials, and also to evaluate all materials and equipment. I want to emphasize the word equipment for the sake of Dr. Joel Mabonga that come to our schools. It is also our responsibility to partner with all education stakeholders in ensuring that our learners are partaking the right curriculum. In that regard, especially of evaluation, I want to thank my colleagues who have been here, particularly Dr. Mabonga and Mr. Lomaria, in emphasizing, and also our sister from the counterfeit, in emphasizing, ladies and gentlemen, that when we purchase or acquire materials for our learners, it is extremely important that we confirm that they have been approved by KICD in our role as gatekeepers of what our learners consume. And in that regard, I want to introduce a lady here. Madam Eunice Gachoka is our Senior Deputy Director in charge of educational media. Ladies and gentlemen, we have three categories of educational media. We have print media, which normally come to us as books. Mr. Lomaria has just shown us one here, which falls within the category of the complementary support materials. Then we have digital media, and our chair in his remarks did mention, which I need to emphasize from the onset, that KICD indeed hosts a lot of materials that you will find very relevant in your schools in digital form. A lot of the lessons for primary school learning areas already packaged from topic 1, strand 1 to the last strand, exists within the Kenya Education Cloud. And then lastly, we have education broadcast, radio and television, and the person in charge of those at the KICD is none other than Madam Eunice Gachoka. Eunice, you can raise up your hand as the band gives you a drum. Hey, if you're not going to drum for Eunice, then who are you waiting to drum for? Thank you. Now, this man here is in charge of e-learning. You can see at KICD we take good care of our staff. Hence, you can now recognize why Captain Nzioka is the chair of the Human Resource Committee. You can see the kind of products he produces. But on this occasion, Charles comes to us, particularly to encourage us to register on the Elimika platform, where a lot of free digital training on management and other aspects of our work is offered. The chairman, in your speech, you reiterated the need for increased and enhanced capacity building. I can declare to us, ladies and gentlemen, that there's already a lot of enhanced training opportunities available on the Kenya Education Cloud platform, and this gentleman will be able to register you today or during the conference from the KICD tent. Mr. Patrick Andika, his other name is Chireswa. In KICD we call him governor, is in charge of partnerships. I'm sure Dr. Banyasa knows him very well. Partnerships also means partnership with Kepsha. And on this occasion, I want to reiterate one thing that I know is facing us. Occasionally, you find that you have not been supplied with books. Sometimes you find that you don't even have curriculum designs. And indeed, as I talk to us, curriculum designs for grade 8 and even books are ready and being distributed now. Later on, I will be pleading with the chairman to plead with you to make sure that we have some teachers available in schools during these long holidays to receive those books. But I'll be doing that later on. Now, the books are being distributed. Mr. Lomaria here is distributing almost 3 of them. If they delay, ask him where mathematics is, visual arts, and even physical and health education. The person to contact, who will be here throughout the conference chair. If you have any questions on junior school, this man has been in KICD until his head is now turning gray. He can explain everything about the curriculum. Clap for my team as they go to sit. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you asked me to talk to you about innovating the junior school curriculum and pedagogy in order to transform and create impact. Chairman, thank you very much and congratulations to Kepsha on an extremely apt theme. the theme on innovation. But thank you, Father, for giving me a topic that when I break down already gives me what to talk about, so I do not need to write. And the first thing I want to unpack, therefore, is the word innovating. Ladies and gentlemen, basically, a professor is a teacher. And in my role as a teacher, I like simplifying issues. Simply translate the word innovation into changing. If you like using synonyms, then you can use words like enhancing. If you want to sound a bit big, especially if you come from where I come from, you can say invigorating. You can. That is innovating. There's a man in your midst who gives me tough questions called Manyasa. What exactly are we innovating? We can break it into 3 questions anytime you are faced with the word innovating. 1, what is it that we can continue doing the way we are doing it? That is also innovating. So in the context of the competency-based curriculum, faced with junior school which has come into our space, and last year junior school had just been announced as coming to the primary school, and I declared my support, which I still do. What is it that we can continue to do continually the way we're doing it? I'll mention that later. But innovating also raises the question, what is it that we can do differently? And I always say that the main departure between CBC and the knowledge-based curriculum that we call the 844 is that CBC emphasizes learner participation. CBC is that curriculum where our role as facilitators of learning, our role as guides by the sides and not sages on stage is more emphasized. So that is one thing that we might say CBC calls upon us to do. What do we do differently? Emphasize more learner-centered pedagogies. But innovating also means we ask ourselves the question, what is it that we can imagine doing? What is it that we can create within our space that we have not had? And ladies and gentlemen, that is the essence of reforming a curriculum. Recently, I had an opportunity to be sponsored by this government on a trip abroad. Where I come from, if you don't mention that you have been abroad, your speech doesn't make sense. So, I'm also saying that deliberately. I went to the United Arab Emirates, which is also called Dubai. These people have a museum which looks into 100 years to come. And I want to emphasize again, ladies and gentlemen, a curriculum, simply put, is a plan, a schedule of activities, a schedule of experiences that our learners should be exposed to. Why? The learners that you have in grade 6 today, whom you have just released, what we are exposing them to, yes, may manifest today, but it will probably manifest more when they graduate from senior school. So we must think about what competencies will this learner display when they finish senior school. That is innovating. Now, the talk you gave me is to talk about how do we innovate the curriculum in the context of junior school. By the way, Chairman, the word adopted under the direction of His Excellency the President, Juan William Samoei Daktari Arap Ruto, is junior school, not junior secondary. And that falls within the comprehensive word. Colleagues, can you whisper to your neighbor, junior school? Good. That is a presidential directive. So every time you say junior secondary, you are breaking the wishes of the president. Now, 2 ways of innovating the curriculum at junior school. One is, what does KICD do in terms of innovating the curriculum? What do we expect of Kepsha to do?
But let me declare that even in terms of what KICD does, ladies and gentlemen, KICD has buildings which have been given names of animals. Academia, you know them. Some of them are called Kifaru, some of them are called Simba, some of them are called Nyati. But officers at KICD do not sit in those rooms and come up with a curriculum. The process of curriculum development involves panels which are made up of the teachers in your schools, which are made up of teacher trainers, which are made up of other stakeholders who are not necessarily teachers, who sit together, brainstorm, argue, benchmark, read, and then say, now we have a curriculum design. What Mr. Cheva found me doing, which I told him is how I put on the table, is to be able to check alongside my senior management that have paraded here that it meets the requirements that we are supposed to have. And the curriculum development process is stipulated by UNESCO. You cannot make a shortcut. Hence, what comes to us, yes, may have a few mistakes because it's human product, but it has undergone a lot of stakeholder engagement and thorough peer review by all of us involved. Those of us in the room who are panelists at KICD, say aye. Thank you very much. Chairman, the ayes have it. You have heard. One of them, and I'm sure he's here, one of you, Chair, is my student, Dr. Kurgat from Tenwek. Are you in the room? Where are you? Please stand up. I gave you PhD recently. He will say where he is. Later, I can withdraw his PhD. Oh, yes. Please. Thank you very much, Dr. Kurgat. And Chairman, let me just declare how happy I am when I go around the country and I find our primary school colleagues who are now PhD. The other day I went to Nandi Central and I also found Dr. Kiroi, and there are many others in the house. That I leave to you. Now, colleagues, what are the key innovations around junior school that we need to take home as we engage with these learners? One, that the essence of junior school is to provide learners with a broad-based experience after which they may choose pathways to go into at senior school based on where their experience at junior school will have shown they appear to have more potential, they appear to have more interest, they appear to have more talent. And the people who will be at the forefront and have already started doing that are you, identifying these people's potential. The age of the learner coming to us as a junior secondary learner is age 12 to age 15. Now, I want you to, for 1 second, recall what was happening to you when you were age 12 and age 15. It may be a difficult task, but because we are now old, we have gray hair, some of us bald. But just to whisper one thing only, which was happening to you, which you can't forget, between age 12 and age 15, in the manner of involving our learners. Obiero, whisper to Sifuna what was happening to you, and everybody else whisper to your partner what was happening to you that time. Thank you. Mr. Academia has chosen to keep quiet because some of the things which were happening to you that time you don't want to share. That is what is happening to the children who have come before us. But I'll mention one, that these children at that age are mentally very dynamic. They want to try everything out because they are just discovering themselves. Let me put it in perspective because I'm a scholar. In the new curriculum, CBC, at pre-primary, which you are also in charge of as comprehensive leaders, the main outcome we want out of that stage is the ability of the learners to interact competently outside the ambit of Mama, Baba, Dani, Kwaru, and so on. Interaction. Colleagues say interaction. The main thing we want out of primary school learners, the ones living Kepsha, is the ability to socialize. Say socialization. Now, the junior student, if you can provide an atmosphere for them to discover that, you will have achieved the aim of that school. Say discovery. If you find those fellows one day sitting on your chair and they tell you they are trying to discover how it feels to be a head teacher, just let them alone. They are just doing what that level expects of them. One day they wake up and they tell you, I want to be an engineer. The next day they wake up and they tell you, I want to go to the military. The third day they want to be a doctor. The fourth day they have seen blood. They say, no, I think after seeing all these things, maybe I can now be a teacher. That's the one they say last. Therefore, that learner ought to be given time to discover what they are doing. And that's why earlier on, as an institute, we had conceptualized 14 learning areas for them, some of them being optional. But His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, in his wisdom, formed the Presidency on Educational Reforms. And among the recommendations is a significant one, that we rationalize. Please, I don't want us to go home using the word reduce. The Working Party report is a 300-page document, and it doesn't say reduce anywhere. It says rationalize the learning areas from 14 to 9. I want to assure this gathering chairman that indeed KICD has rationalized those learning areas from 14 to 9. So from January, you will be teaching 9 learning areas from grade 7. But I also want to assure you that we have made sure that we have not left out. Emmanuel, this is for you, because you are my advocate elsewhere. We have not left out critical experiences that these learners need to enable them make choices. And that's part of the innovation. So, my principal secretary, Dr. Belio Kipsang, will be announcing at his own convenience what exactly these learning areas are through a circular, because that is now beyond my pay grade. But I can assure you that the learning areas have been rationalized, focusing on 3 things. 1, integration of knowledge. 2, addressing any overlaps. And 3, making sure that we link learning between different learning areas. So you will find that there are some subjects that have composite names. That does not mean that we have copied and pasted. Indeed, when you pick the new designs, including 2 learning areas which were rationalized first, social studies and integrated science, we have not simply copied and pasted what belonged to one learning area and heaped it on another. We have re-rationalized the strands and the sub-strands up to the point that now they reflect innovation. Now, Mr. Nzioka himself, in his own words, said that the Kepsha is now transforming to be leaders of pedagogy in your spaces. And we want to plead, therefore, that as these new designs come to us, we are able to explain to our staff that, yes, there is some rationalization that has happened. But I can guarantee this country, because I know I'm also on air, that KICD also develops the curriculum for student teachers. Primary school teachers, as they are, have been teaching our children up to standard 8, and they pass examinations. You are able to successfully facilitate learning of those learners up to grade 9. So let nobody tunya you. You are able to do that work. That is something that needs to be put in this country. And therefore, I challenge anyone who says that grade 7 has been a wasted year for our learners to tell me this head teacher who will keep children in school and they're just laughing around and nobody is teaching them. So, I have come to your schools all over this country. From here, last week alone I was in Anabkoi. I went all the way to Webuye. Now this week I'm in Mombasa. The other day I was in a school called Langobaya. I have been assured in this country that learning is taking place actively. Now, yes, Make that clap louder to motivate me to continue. Thank you. You also asked me to talk about innovating learning, the curriculum and innovating pedagogy. Now, let me give you only about 5 things to remember that we must keep thinking about principles as we talk about what is new in this curriculum. What is the innovation in this curriculum? What's the difference between this curriculum and the other one? Number 1, that we want to make learning interesting. Say interesting. If nothing is of interest, if you don't have sufficient interest in an activity, then you don't have sufficient motivation to study it. In my role as a university lecturer, I've always told my students when they are doing postgraduate studies, when you choose a topic, and there are many of them here, choose one that you are sufficiently interested in to wake up at dawn to be able to spend your time reading. Number 2, experience. So the first one is interest. Ladies and gentlemen, in some other bigger words, we call this experientialism. Say experientialism. Yes. If you want to be given a VIP tent where I come from, you must arm yourself with a few big words when you are making a speech. So, Chairman, you know where to take me after today. Please, make sure that the learners with you, using the resources at your disposal, have the opportunity to experience that which they are learning. And I'm very proud of what you do, ladies and gentlemen. I've come to your schools, public schools, and I've seen children being able to weave. I've seen children improvise even microphones and make reports like journalists who are trained. I have seen people sing, create instruments, and perform like a whole band, and some have been circulating. I have challenged my colleagues in some sectors who say that CBC was meant for private school learners. Let them come into our public schools and they see what head teachers have been able to do with the resources that they have. Because I have come to your school and seen you produce wonderful Sukuma Wiki. I went to a school called Shah. I don't know if that Lego man is here. Tall gentleman. One of the most organized head teachers I've come across. Mr. Barongo, this fellow has a complete modern poultry that is being run completely by the students. Is Mr. already here? Now, Chairman, I know some of your people who are skiving. You can see I'm mentioning them. Eh? Yes. We have been able to navigate through experience. The third one, colleagues, related to that, is practicality. Say practicality. I don't want to say that more than Dr. Mabonga captured it. And Dr. Mabonga has given us a formula that I also want to advocate. After talking to SEPU, you can also talk to KICD, that we can get ways of even improvising those laboratories. We can use the science kits which have been approved by KICD. We can use the mobile labs, and we can give you ideas through CDF and other avenues on how we can get them in school. I have seen some of you walk with children to neighboring secondary schools and have them go through experimentation. I've seen some of you invite secondary school science teachers to come and do experiments in your school. Who is this who is saying that grade 7 has a wasted year? RDE. That is practicality. The fourth innovation we are making in the curriculum is utility. Say utility. Ladies and gentlemen, at whatever level the learners are, we want to be able to look at everything we teach in a strand or in a substrand in terms of its practical value to the environment where the children are. That is what we call a competency. And hence, one of the key competencies in that curriculum is problem solving. At the end of the day, we go to school so that we can solve problems. So, in every strand and every substrand, there is a link to pertinent and contemporary issues. We have a challenge there to teachers and even learners that what is the product, what is the outcome of this strand in terms of day-to-day living. Even when you teach English language like me, and you have gone to teach children listening at grade 4, at the end of the day, we should be able to give the children a listening task and recall that indeed they were able to separate that which was important to listen to from the noise that we hear out there. That is utility value of the curriculum. The last one, that one of the changes, the key innovations in this curriculum is the question of transforming teachers into action researchers. And I know Dr. Manyasa will talk about it soon. Being a researcher myself, we are saying that that classroom of yours is a laboratory for diagnosing the needs, the challenges, and other variables that we might want to give feedback to KICD to think about, give feedback to NEC to think about, give feedback to publishers, including government, KLB, to think about. Transforming ourselves as teachers into action researchers. So these days, when I come to your schools and I talk to your teachers, I tell them that when I hear you talk in that 30-minute lesson for more than 10 minutes, that lesson is a failure. Can I hear you talk for 5 minutes and children are doing things for the next 25 minutes? As I close, you told me to talk about innovating curriculum and pedagogy. Now, what about a pedagogy? In terms of pedagogy, anytime somebody says pedagogy, think about 4 things. Now, this one, I'm saying as a professor of teacher education, you can quote me on this. One of the things you think about as a pedagogist is planning. Say planning. As we prepare to teach CBC learners, planning is important. Let us spend even 1 hour or 4 hours planning in terms of what are the experiences I want these learners to have? What is going to be the competency that I target out of these experiences? What will the children be able to do to demonstrate with this knowledge? Planning. The next thing, say teaching and learning. After planning, you go to class. That is the time now you say good morning. And a few of us say, shortly after saying good morning, they ask the children, do you understand? Even before they have spoken. Good morning, children. Good morning, sir. Do you understand? Now, teaching and learning is an art, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are saying, and the principles we are talking about are nothing rocket science. Teaching from the known to the unknown, from the simple to the complex, collaborative learning, using examples, linking to the practical issues things children can talk about, taking them out, basic issues. So we are now saying, as you go into that class to teach and learn, or my brother, my sister, as you walk around the teaching and learning spaces, if you hear a teacher whose voice dominates the classroom, later on have a cup of tea with them and tell them that I did not hear the children make noise. If you hear a class where the children are loud, they are vibrant, they have walked out, they are touching, they are employing all the 6 senses, then we know teaching and learning is taking place. That is item number 2 in pedagogy. Item number 3 in pedagogy is resources. Say resources. Yes. I want to say that one job where most of the resources we need to teach or to deliver is teaching. Let me again give the example as a teacher of English language. That looking at these tools here, if I had a classroom, it doesn't matter that I'm teaching pre-primary or that I'm teaching senior school. A lot of this is already my laboratory and I can use all these resources. Can we just think without the box a little bit and we will realize that we have a lot of resources that we are right now able to use. However, I am in this space, ladies and gentlemen, for 3 years, and I can tell you the government is really trying. Against fights like education takes 29% of our budget. It is something that the government is going out of its way to sacrifice to do. I have accompanied my PS and my CS as they negotiate for us to be able to have curriculum designs distributed, to be able to have books in every learning area distributed to every learner on a 1-to-1 ratio. And do you know what has happened from grade 8? From grade 8, for every learning area, you're going to have 2 books. So in mathematics, we'll give you, if you have 100 children, we'll give you 60 books by one publisher, let us call it KLB, and 60 books by another publisher, let us call them Oxford. I saw Mwazemba somewhere. Yes. Now, those are some of my clients elsewhere. Why are we doing that? Again, innovation. That we want to expose learners to more materials. So from grade 8, and by the way, let me clarify. Grade 8 books will come to us in the manner that they were earlier thought about before the rationalization was done. We are doing that so that we save time. So for example, you may find that the subject we have been calling home science and the subject we have been calling agriculture, which have been separate at grade 7, now have been rationalized elsewhere. The books will still come independently. But from grade 9, we shall align the books to the 9 learning areas. And so that I don't forget, under the guidance of my PS, Dr. Belio Kipsang, KICD has actually developed curriculum designs even for grade 9. And the books for grade 9 are going to be evaluated from 30th of November to December. Clap for KICD. We are ahead. And my PS has promised me that this time round, we should be distributing grade 9 books to you in May next year. So the government has really tried in terms of resources. I can tell you that recently we hosted a curriculum developers conference at KICD. We had 42 countries participating. None of those other countries has the government resourcing their schools as much as the Kenya government can do. You can Google, you can research, I can assure you the government is trying its best. So that was about resources. The third thing we need to talk about pedagogy is about assessment. Say assessment. That one I leave to our brother, Dr. Jagere, to talk about. But let me say this, that the fact that as our children do KIPSEA, we already know, I sit on the board of the Kenya National Examinations Council and I can report, we already have and know 60% of their marks. So that the 40% we are looking for out of that assessment means that we have already got the raw potential of the learners. Ladies and gentlemen, the last part of the topic you asked for me is how this can transform. And I want to say, with the points I have talked about in terms of the curriculum, innovating the curriculum and innovating pedagogy, we will be able to transform this country. Transform it to what? At KICD, the vision which we share up to now, we want to transform our learners as they leave our basic education to be engaged, empowered, and ethical. And Mr. Nzioka unpacked this when he was talking about all the key issues the Presidential Working Party reformed. Engaged means you have, the graduates of our school system have something useful to do that contributes to the socioeconomic development of this country. Empowered means that our learners have the self-efficacy to be able to question things around them and do things that inform, including matters corruption, they can deal with it. They have the power to absorb their ethical, their civic duties as citizens. And ethical means they are moral, they behave well. That way will transform this country. Education is visionary. Some of the outcomes of this system we shall only see when people start to graduate from our basic education. But I can assure you that we have already started seeing from what our children are beginning to do. Sometimes when I hear some little noise from parents, and we are also parents, aren't we? I say yes, we are achieving what we intend. When I hear parents say, for example, that the children now have made us go home early, aren't we succeeding? When people go home early, you know what that means, eh? They are engaged. When our children can now face their parents, they are in a vehicle, and they are telling the parent, Mommy, Daddy, don't throw rubbish out of the window. Keep it, we shall dump it somewhere. We know our children are now learning. When our children are now able to tell us I have not seen you at home and you are supposed to be my dad. What kind of attention do you think I am lacking? Something is working that is already being seen. God bless Kepsha. Let us continue partnering. Asanteni sana. You can give me my gift and I go away.
Ladies and gentlemen, I told you, this guy will always amaze you. Professor Charles Ongondo, the amazing prof, can now be awarded. Ameweza ama hayaweza, apewe asipewe, and get a beautiful. Thank you very much. Another clap, a round of applause to Professor Charles Ongondo, CEO, KICD. Mr. Chairman, I can assure you, with the professor at KICD, the future of the junior school and the senior school is secure. Ladies and gentlemen, we have this habit, it has always happened that when a good speaker speaks, delegates start streaming out. And the professor has had that effect. Can those trying to stream out please stop? Because don't forget, last year tulitoka nje hivyo, majamaa wakabeba posho mill, wakabeba motorbikes, wakabeba zawadi nono from very simple questions that were asked last year. And I'm told there are very simple questions today that you can answer and perhaps walk home with a portion meal this year or something amazing. I'm told we have a car. I'm told we have a car. One of us will go home driving on Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I want to call Kartasi. Kartasi, are you here? We have to honor this program as quickly as possible. Kartasi, Lawrence Nzunga, are you around? My brother Lawrence is not around. CIC was here, I'm told. CIC, I think they spoke. Did they? No. But I saw the gentleman CIC, the good friend of ours and a strong partner from CIC. In your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our MC, the National Chairman, Kepsha, National Executive Committee, Kepsha, and head teachers and members. God is good. Mungu ni mwema na kila wakati. I think, yes, as the MC has put it, I'm disadvantaged just coming after our professor has spoken. And Lily, if I was a learner, I would give you 10 out of 10. Nimetoka na socialize, nimetoka na mambo ya discover, na nimetoka na pedagogy hapa. I'm going to invigorate myself. The 3 E's, the empower, the engage, the ethic. That is powerful. And now going into the CIC presentation, if you could please. The CIC presentation, just want to touch very fast on CIC and who we are. I hope the presentation is on. Yes, thank you very much. Just very briefly about CIC, or the Cooperative Insurance Company of Kenya. And just to mention that we have partnered with Kepsha and the teachers for so many years, because you are one of us and because you are the owners. If you could go to the second slide, I want to mention that CIC is owned by Kenyans, and a lot of teacher-based societies are shareholders of CIC, or the Cooperative Insurance Company of Kenya. We have New Forties, Mwalimu, Solution Circle, and so on and so forth. I don't want to focus so much on that because you are the owners, you are the one who provided the share capital for CIC. But I want to mention that we are in 4 countries. We are in Kenya with 4 subsidiaries. We are in Uganda, we are in South Sudan and Malawi. And in terms of gross written premium, we command about 23 billion. We have assets over 50 billion now. And in terms of asset management, where we are very strong, and we have a flagship product called Unit Trust. I want to say that now we command about 37% of the unit trust market. We also control 6.5% of life, 8.7% of general, and we have 25 branches. So you can patronize our products from any of those branches. Just our short story as CIC. I don't want to focus much, but we started back in 1978, started by the primary cooperatives, and up to 2020, we have come out to be very strong. 2023, now we are number 4 and number 3 in most areas. I don't want to get into that, but allow me to say that we also control a lot of customers. We are now one of the most preferred insurance company in Kenya, and thanks to you, we have been able to dominate this market. Also, in terms of the products, in general business, I don't want to get into the assets in this area, but we command quite a lot in this area. Allow me to go to the products that we offer the educational institutions. We are one company that has come up with a department, a fully fledged department taking care of the education sector because of the demand from the education fraternity. And we have various policies like head teacher motor private insurance cover for your vehicles. We have head teacher medical cover. This is something that we have customized for the head teachers. Then we have the WIBA, or what we call the Workmen Injury Benefit Act, which is compulsory. We have retirement benefits, we have property, we have students' personal accident, which you can patronize. Going into the other slide, I don't want to get into the details of the head teacher's medical cover. What I want to urge you is to visit our tent. We have a stand here, and we have a team, and I have come up with my colleagues, so Mary and Janet, you can start so that they can consult you, they can contact you. We have customized this medical cover for you. This is a special cover that we have given the head teachers. In other areas, and I don't want to dwell so much into it, we have insurance for school buses, and we are giving you that insurance at preferential rates. And it has various benefits, which again, I cannot articulate here. Then we have, if you could move on, we have retirement products. We can go to the next slide. We have life assurance products where we have group life, we have credit life, we have education policies, we have investment policies, and the most attractive, as I said, we have the money market, where as a teacher you can save as little as 5,000. You start with 5,000, and then you can be able to also increase your contribution. We also have pension schemes, which again you can patronize as an individual, and we have various other products which again are not one to take you through as they are quite diverse. And we have our people, over 50 people here, who can be able to take you through any of the products. invite us in your schools. And when you come to your schools, welcome us, because we are owned by you. We are owned by your cooperatives. When those circles, when we make dividends, those dividends usually go to the cooperatives, the circles, in terms of dividends. I wish to once again thank you, the National Executive Committee and the teachers for supporting us. And I want to pledge that we continue working together, collaborating, partnering, as we have a memorandum of understanding, an agreement that we have with Kepsha, which we keep on honoring as long as you wish us to work together. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, CIC, and we promise to honor our end of the MOU. Another round of applause to CIC, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, now as we move on to the next speaker, Oxford University Press, are you ready? Oxford University Press has walked the 20-year journey with Kepsha every year of those 20 years. And they are here in the house to speak to us. Oxford.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chairman Kepsha, guests who have come to this special function. My name is Vincent Okumu. I work with Oxford University Press, and has been rightly mentioned, Oxford has been a partner of Kepsha since the inception of Kepsha. We have supported Kepsha, and Kepsha has equally supported us, and we are really grateful. We want to thank Kepsha for the opportunity that they have always given us to support them. And we also want to thank Kepsha for also supporting us. And Bwana Chairman, you have supported us in very many ways, including donating the Vice Chair to do a very wonderful book for us, and we are really grateful. And we have supported Kepsha in very many ways, crisis after crisis, joy after joy. And as the CEO, KICD, was speaking here, my attention was drawn to one of the challenges that we currently have. And one of the challenges that we currently have, Bwana Chairman, is how to engage our learners beyond the classroom. And we picked a few pictures and images from some of the parents' wall of what our learners do when they are not engaged. The pictures that you see on your screen are some of what our learners do when they are not engaged. You can see the crazy things that our learners do when they are not engaged. That's why, as Oxford, we have come with a solution, a product that will help our learners be engaged beyond the classroom, so that there are no conflicts between the parents and the learners. And we have developed carefully crafted workbooks. We have developed carefully crafted workbooks in all the learning areas, so that our learners can get something to do beyond the classroom. Our workbooks are from grade 1 up to grade 6, and they have authentic tasks, things that the learners can do. They have digital content that the learners can access, so that our learners are not just engaged, but they are ethically engaged. These workbooks are available in our stand just behind this hall. We are inviting our head teachers. Please visit our stand behind this hall, so that you can pick a workbook, you can pick lots of our books, and we are offering them at 27% discount.
The other thing that we are doing as we celebrate 20 years, we want to demystify junior school. And when CBC was starting, we demystified CBC. And we made sure that all teachers in this republic got a copy of Teacher's Companion. When teachers were struggling with understanding CBC, we made the work so easy. And for junior school, we are also introducing a product which we are launching here for the first time. And I want to invite our sales and marketing manager to launch this product that is going to demystify junior school. Karibu Daisy.
Thank you so much, Mwalimu Okumu. Asante sana for that opportunity. I'd like to request the Oxford management to please come in front. And Chair, we would request if you could kindly join us at the podium. So if you look at your packs, there is a book that looks like this. This is a free junior school handbook for all of you teachers. This particular handbook is supposed to help you prepare to teach CBC. It also highlights on how to give feedback to learners in the wake of CBC, lesson planning and preparation for CBC, how to choose course books for use in CBC, tips on teacher wellness, strategies for handling different categories of learners, and on top of that, you also have additional resources that have been included in this particular book. On that note, I also wanted to mention that we have the Oxford must-have that all of us have been able to use as we transition to the other class. And right now, the curriculum designs that we have for junior school specify the use of the dictionary to achieve learning outcomes, such as using digital print dictionaries to check meaning of words, confounding meaning of words, and phrases. So we'd like to request you to kindly join us in our stand. We have the dictionary, the Kamusi, our master of resources that are going to be available for you. We have actually shown how it's being used in CBC. So please, when your learners are transitioning to grade 7, request them to have the 3 must-have, the atlas, the Kamusi, and the dictionary. At this particular point, I'd like to invite the chair and our regional director, Mr. John Mwazemba. We also have our publishing manager, Beatrice, on. And we also want to invite Karen Simpson. She's come all the way from South Africa to join us at this auspicious moment. And our finance manager, Mr. Justus Cheva. So at this particular point, Bildad, let's start. Please clap for us, Walimu. Congratulations to Oxford. Your partners for 20 years. And this is now available for free at our tent for all of you. Karibuni sana. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Isn't it an amazing product? So, thank you so much, Asante Sana. At this particular point, thank you so much. At this particular point, I'd like to request if Wanacheva, if they can just please pick your junior school handbook. It's in all your bags. All of you have it. Tafadhali, let me see by a show of hands. Mulipata wote? So I'll say Kepsha at 20 na nyinyi mtasema pamoja na Oxford. Sivo? See, we're working this journey together. Perfect. So Oxford at 20. Kepsha at 20, sorry. Pamoja na Oxford. Kepsha at 20. Thank you so much. And please remember to share this resource with your teachers. At this particular point, let's invite Okumu to close and then we'll end. And thank you so much for this time.
Like it was mentioned, we are running a raffle. There is a simple question that is on your screen. If you are able to get the right answer, we are going to announce the winner tomorrow morning, and we'll be running these raffles every other day. So you never know, you might be the winner for tomorrow. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause to our most loyal partner. Don't miss that raffle, Kepsha raffle day 1. you may be the lucky winner. Ladies and gentlemen, with the interest of time, I'm now ushering in a very important guest. Wazazi wa watoto wetu mle shuleni ni watu wa maana sana. Na kuwakilisha wazazi wote nchini Kenya, si mwingine bali ni mwenyekiti wa wazazi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, ambaye kwa jina anajulikana kama David Obuhatsa. Bwana David Obuhatsa, makofi kwake akija kuongea kwa niaba ya wazazi wote nchini Kenya.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I won't speak much. As you've heard, my name is Silas David Obuhatsa. I'm the current chairman, National Parents Association. I know most of you are parents, therefore, I am your chairman as well. Now, this morning, allow me, first of all, to thank Thank you for welcoming us into your house. Let's clap for Mr. Nzioka on that one. Let's clap for him. Since I have a document that I present to you, allow me to say that we are honored to be here, and therefore I take this opportunity to welcome my CEO, Mr. George Sikulu, to come and make my presentation, and then we'll summarize and end up the day as together. So George, just take a short time to make the presentation. Thank you. George is my CEO. Mr. George Sikulu is my CEO at National Parents Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The Chair, Kepsha, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read through our statement as National Parents Association. My name is George Wekesa Sikulu, and I wish to begin by saying that the role of parents in education will become even more pronounced as CBC enters its transition towards senior school and college. CBC, as you know, is built on several foundational pillars. Among them, a crucial one known as parental empowerment and engagement. I am pleased this morning to have heard from Mr. Nzioka and other presenters about the direction that the Presidential Working Party on Education is going with regard to lifting the position of parents in education. The home must continue to become even more dominant as a place for reinforcing learning. I remember personally being in school and in the early classes, not doing very well in primary 1 and 2, and the teacher came together with my parent and they had a conversation, and my parent found a way of motivating me by taking me out to Uhuru Park and showing me the difference between the people who are sitting at the front and the people who are sitting in the sun like us, and telling me that the choices you make in education today will determine where you sit in the future, and that if you do not do well, you will continue to sit out here in the sun. But if you do well, you will sit at the front where others are. And with that negotiation, I was able to move from position 43 out of 45, which was my domicile, to position 1 up to today. I'm an A student. You know, I got an A in primary, I got an A in high school as well. And that means that the home is a place for reinforcing learning. And that children that come from homes where parents have a high value and demand for education will then do better. And that's why Kepsha cannot do without parents. On to the topic of today, which is learning from the JSS experience, the challenges and opportunities for effective comprehensive school. This is our statement as National Parents Association. The genesis of comprehensive schools, of course, first we know that there was a task force report on the realignment of the education sector to the Constitution of Kenya 2010, also known as the Odhiambo Task Force Report in 2012, and it was chaired by Professor Douglas Odhiambo. And that was the place where there was a recommendation of the present system, the 26333 structure. And after that, later, there was then a task force on enhancing access, relevance, transition, equity, and quality for effective curriculum reforms and implementation in December 2020, chaired by Professor Fatuma Chege, that also recommended that 10,359 secondary schools host both junior and senior secondary school levels. And then that's what culminated into what finally has been said by the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform, on Transforming Education, Training and Research, chaired by Professor Munavu, recommending the domiciling of junior secondary schools into the current primary schools, and further recommending that the Ministry of Education now adopt the comprehensive school system. So in that report of Professor Munavu, we see that just as has been already said, that the comprehensive school shall be a one school hosting all basic education levels from PP1 all the way to grade 9, but managed by a single individual, one principal, assisted by 3 deputy principals. That is one for pre-primary, one for primary, who is head of pre-primary, head of primary, and head of junior school. And that the terms secondary are removed. So it is junior school and senior school. So the question is, what can we learn from the transition that we had moving from 844 to junior secondary that we could avoid or either avoid or even strengthen as we transition towards the comprehensive school, because it will be another transition as well. One of the things that we experienced during the JSS transition was that there was a system preparedness gap. The JSS transition was faced with a lack of human resources at the beginning, as you know. And by the time the first batch of learners joined JSS, the training institutions had actually not produced the right fit teachers, neither had the national budget been aligned to the specific transition at that point. So therefore the teacher employer, which is TSC, could not deploy on time. So the system was unprepared for the transition, learning from past mistakes. Therefore, we'll take this challenge and say, as we move towards the transition to comprehensive schools, stakeholders need to anticipate the system preparedness gaps for comprehensive school system and proactively respond in a timely fashion. The other challenge that was experienced during JSS transition was change management. The JSS transition on occasion even elicited a public uproar. The blame game was on. It was escalating, and people were threatening to throw away the water, the baby with the bath water, saying we don't even want CBC, all the same. But they were reacting to even false information. We know even today, as the professor has said here, there are parents who still have this negative feeling that learning is not going on, yet learning is going on. So change management was an issue. And I will say that learning from that experience, Parents Association would recommend that the change management strategy in the upcoming comprehensive school system should do well to address not just logical factors about the transition, but should also address psychosocial issues associated with the transition. We say that change is about people. Change is about feelings. So if you do not address feelings and you only address logic, it is as difficult as when you are a child. How easy was it for you to feel nice about taking your next injection? Although your next injection was important for you because of immunization, but the logic alone is not enough. And so there must be a sense of understanding the panic that comes with change and addressing that. The other gap was institutional management. During the JSS transition, there was conflict of, for example, structures, whereby sometimes there was lack of clear command structure. Some JSS teachers, they said, we are secondary, why are we reporting to primary? There was a lot of those kind of things. And so we propose that going forward, that what has been proposed by the Presidential Working Party on the structure of comprehensive school, as I have already read, will be good to be implemented so that there can be synchronized working. Second last, there was also infrastructure capacity gaps. The JSS transition was met with an inadequacy of infrastructure, like classrooms, facilities for learners with special needs, facilities for continuing education, laboratories, libraries, playgrounds, facilities like swimming pool, and so on. So as we move forward to comprehensive schools, we'll do well to address this gap by doing planning of infrastructure, probably at macro level, so that planners and stakeholders are clear about the needs and, in fact, allocate responsibility to various duty bearers. The last one was the challenge of resources, so the resourcing gaps which we saw. Of course, there was delayed capitation from government coupled with a delay on the arrival of instructional materials at that time. And this brought undue pressure on school management, especially school heads. Kenya is also a very political country, so there was mixed messages from the political class on free education in quotes. And so that made also parents begin to question why they will be asked to support education. But in conclusion, we will say that we, as a National Parents Association, recommend that in spite of those challenges, we can learn from those challenges, and that in moving towards the comprehensive school system, we can focus on the opportunities that can enable us to build that system. And the first opportunity will be tackling system preparedness gaps. I would say that we should consider a multi-agency 5-year workforce planning approach, consider an inclusive approach where TSC, MOE, Treasury, Parliament, and teacher training work together. Consider addressing the gaps from known to unknown, starting with stopgap measures, then medium term, then finally long term. Workforce planning is basically the systematic and logical way of determining the demand for labor in terms of numbers, in terms of gender, in terms of types, and then at the same time being able to estimate where we are in terms of reality, and then they're taking that gap and analyzing that gap so that we can have a long-term plan of resolving that. But the other opportunity we can take is the opportunity for tackling change management gaps. We propose that you consider centralized coordination of change management messages and actions, preferably centralized through MOE, but consider delegating with guidelines and budget change management actions to other duty bearers in education management. According to the Basic Education Act, education management is managed by about 6 structures. Board of Management is a structure for managing education. Parents Association is a structure for managing education. County Education Board is a structure for managing education. NACONEC is a structure for managing education. Special Committee on Special Needs Learning is also a structure. Also, Committee on Adult and Continuing Education is part of Basic Education Act. We should consider delegating actions of change through this according to their speciality so that they can work together in handling the change among the different fraternities. And then also the Ministry of Education can take up sensitization of the political class because they are opinion leaders and what they say out there determines what people do. Third last is tackling institutional management. Consider adopting the management structure of comprehensive schools as proposed in the Presidential Working Party report, but also consider providing clarity on HR positioning of those new roles which are likely to be taken by those of you sitting in this room so that it is clear what they are in terms of job evaluation. Consider providing full job orientation and induction for the position holders, even if they have been in the system for some time, because they will be new positions and they have new demands. Fourth, tackling infrastructure gaps. Consider building capacity of your PAs and your PTAs for infrastructure resource mobilization. Really consider building capacity of your PA subcommittees as well for effective discharge of their supportive role. And the same thing with tackling resource gaps. Really consider strengthening more of your PA system for that. I think it will be of importance for you to know that the PA and the PTA started in 1988 when the former President Moi was advised by World Bank and IMF institutions to consider cost sharing of education so that it is affordable for government. It is not possible that the government can afford to fund education 100%. And when we look like we're trying to fund education from exchequer 100%, we are placing ourselves on a path that could be self-defeating at some point. It is important that people come together. So in 2013, that PTA law was repealed and turned into a Basic Education Act. And that's what ended up being the Parents Association as we know it today. And it very clearly says that the role of the Parents Association shall be to promote quality care, nutritional and health status of pupils in schools. So my question is, to what extent is your school holding this Parents Association accountable for this line that I've just said? Also, to maintain good working relationships between teachers and parents. To what extent are you using that opportunity? That's my question to you as the head of the school. Also, their role is to discuss, explore, and advise parents on ways to raise funds for physical development and maintenance. To what extent are you utilizing that sleeping giant? Also, their role is to explore ways to motivate the teachers and pupils to improve their performance in academics and co-curricular activities. Remember, amongst your parents are the professors, are the doctors. The parents are not some amorphous group, but they are individuals, even of high standing. Even the minister himself is among your parents. So to what extent are you utilizing that potential? Their role also is to discuss and recommend charges to be levied on pupils and parents. So when parents make noise about charges, just tell them to say the figure they want. If they don't want the figure you're suggesting, ask them to suggest the figure they want, because that's their role. Also, their role is to oversee development projects on behalf of their association and to assist school management in guidance and counseling and discuss measures of welfare. So these are their roles. So our commitment as Parents Association is that following the successful end of this AGM and conference, which according to my chairman, we are very elated that Kepsha considered it necessary to ask us to be here. We commit that we will work closely with MOE, Kepsha, TSC, NAT, KUPPET, Private Schools Association, and school sponsors to strengthen PAs and PTAs in all your schools through sensitization, capacity building, committee structure formation and empowerment, so that they can play their supportive role in helping the schools to develop. There's someone called William Poland who said, those who initiate change will have a better opportunity to manage that change. Get the parents involved in the changes that you want to take in your school. They will be more responsible to manage that change. And as we move towards that, we will say that parents, apart from the government, parents are the second duty bearer in terms of education. If children don't go to school, the government can be taken to court, and also the parent can be taken to court, and no other people in between will be taken to court for that. So because of that, let us take the advantage of that relationship and build a strong bond. And we as NPA are available to support that. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Another round of applause to our parents. Theirs is one clarion call: communicate and collaborate with the parents, and success will follow. Kindly receive an award from Kepsha. Please note a speech.
Thank you, the team available. You have had my CEO, and I think we are going to work as a team. As I finish up, I want to say that teachers, you are the best people and the best friends that children have. We thank you for the good work that you are doing. Hey, teachers, we shall support you. Kepsha, we shall stand together, and other stakeholders. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Have a nice time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause to the chair, Parents Association, as they receive their gift. Welcome. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to assure the next speaker, whom last year I called when the hall was almost empty, that this year we have 2 dorm tents outside, and I went outside to confirm that they have an audience, and I can assure you the 2 dorm tents are full. I think it's because there's some breeze out there. So you are speaking to very many live head teachers watching you here at the venue at Sheikh Zayed. I direct that to my friend, and the next speaker, who will speak to us on changing the narrative of school heads as consumers of research and co-producers of impactful education evidence through partnership. He's a man who has dedicated his life to education justice. None other than Dr. PhD Emmanuel Manyasa, CEO, Usawa and Gender. Let's put our hands together for Daktari. Usawa mostly means equity. Usawa mostly means, or loosely translates to equity, and currently very close to his heart, to Daktari's heart, is education justice.
The leadership of Kepsha, the members of Kepsha who are here, and all protocols observed, as they say, good afternoon. Hongera kwenu kwa miaka 20. Hongereni sana. I run an organization that is 14 years old now. And I can tell you, 20 years is not a mean feat. Especially that we have not seen Kepsha A and B for all the 20 years. It is not something to take for granted. You know, people think it is easy. It is not. So I wish you all the best as you soldier forward in this task of building the country. My friend Teva is worried that I can't see many people. I honestly didn't come here to speak to crowds. Yeah, I just came to speak to that one person who will be keen enough to hear what I will say if it makes sense to them. For about 11 years, I was teaching in the university, and I learned to speak to many people and learned to speak to a few people around the table at the same time. And many times, it is how much that you say that is understood that matters, rather than how many people are listening to you. In any case, when you see so many people seated and quiet when you're talking, one, it doesn't guarantee they're listening to you. Yeah? And two, it doesn't guarantee that if they're listening to you. Because there are always many voices speaking to people at a given time. So there is possibility you have a huge crowd of people, but they are not listening to you. They are listening to some other voices. So I'm very grateful for those of you who chose to stay here. And I've come to share on a few things. One, to just tell you that the organization I work for has been to every corner of Kenya. We have gone to every corner for the last 14 years. We have gone to thousands of schools. We have interviewed thousands of head teachers. We have interviewed tens of thousands of parents. We have assessed hundreds of thousands of children for the last 14 years. The latest round we did this year, we are holding on to the results until the exam season is over, because we don't want to cause tension when we release some of those results. We are holding on to them, so we expect them early next year. But also, as I stand here with a lot of liberty, because I am among the speakers of today. I am maybe the only one who is non-government and who owes government nothing. That also means that I have the liberty to say things in ways that maybe all the other speakers could not say them. Yeah? I want us to discuss the state of our education, because we have gone across this country and seen what happens in our schools and what happens in our homes. And for all this time, we have gathered evidence. And the evidence we have gathered reveals several pictures. We have picked many lessons. I was expecting some slide to be projected that I can't see. Please project that slide. I have only one slide that I'm going to project. And it represents one of the lessons that we have picked when we were doing the work that we do. Speaking to teachers and speaking to parents and assessing children across the country. I want that slide projected so we can discuss it. But before it is projected, I think it is important as we go through a lot of reforms in our country to ask ourselves, why do we educate? What is the education for? We have changed the curricula. We have gone through many years of developing policies and writing them in what some people call big English. But there are three basic functions of education that have endured since humanity. When you are born, you are given education for purposes of survival. You are told this is harmful, this is good, this you can eat, this is poison. You're given that education very early in life for survival. Yeah? As you start to grow up, and you're also told, I know that some of us come from very extended families, you are told this uncle of yours, if they call you to their house, don't go. They don't tell you that your uncle is a pedophile because you disrespect them. So you're given knowledge for survival. You're also given knowledge to enable you earn a living. And this is what is going to take us to the picture that you're seeing on your screens. For as long as we have existed as human beings, The education for skills was always prized. If you are born with parents who are medicine people, they will teach you medicinemanship. If you are born of parents who are craftsmen or craftswomen, they will teach you that skill. If your parents didn't have any skill, they will pay someone else who has a skill, a cow or a goat, to teach you a skill. If your parents didn't have a cow or a goat to pay, you are going to become a laborer when you grow up. Yeah? You are going to earn your living from the strength of your muscle. That is what education was. That is what education is still today. Education systems, not just in Kenya but in the world, are sites for elite reproduction. So the elite reproduce themselves in education systems. We have made so many treaties. We have had EFA, we have had MDGs, we have SDGs now. We are midway through. But if you look at the policies and the practice of those policies, schools are still reproducing the elite. If you look at the board, I'm showing two trees there. The tree on the left, the one that has multiple colors, that tree tells you that children come from diverse backgrounds. You can see the roots. Those are the diverse backgrounds that children come from. And those are the roots where they come from. Education system is the trunk of that tree. Education systems are as currently set up, not just in Kenya, but in the world. How you finish depends on how you started. I don't know whether it makes sense. Let me use a very simple example. We did a survey in 2021. We have done another survey that we're going to release results next year. That my friend Chema was one of those who sat in the technical committee designing the tests. If you take 4 children in this country who have scored 300 marks in KCPE, and take one of them to a sub-county school, another to a county school, another to a national school, and another to an extra-county school, their Form 4 grades will be different. We have that data and no one can dispute. Yeah? I'm sure NEC has that data, they can confirm. That if you look at the Form 4 performance, it is very much determined by the secondary school you attend, much more than your entry grade. That is how your roots determine the branches that you will have, even after going through school. You look at the tree on your right, that is the aspiration. That is the tree that we hope will be the tree that obtains when people have gone through school. The school cannot change where you have come from, but the school should be able to change the opportunities you have after school. And this is why I've said schools, as we currently implement them, they are elite reproduction mechanisms. Because we haven't put in place measures to make sure that the school actually blunts the disadvantages you bring into school. We are implementing free and compulsory basic education, and it's a good thing. But if you take a Maasai boy who is a herdsman, take them to school for 12 years compulsory, don't provide sufficiently for them to get a meaningful grade after Form 4, so that after Form 4 they score an E, because we still get 40-something thousand E's in KCSE. So you get an E after Form 4, after your 12 compulsory years. Who is that boy after Form 4? He's not a pastoralist because you didn't give him time to learn to be a pastoralist. You have actually taught him how bad pastoralism is, but the school has not given him an alternative livelihood after school. So who is that young person? you have actually committed a grave injustice to that young person. They would have been better off learning about their cows, knowing how to grow them, breed the herd, and be rich and accepted and respected in society, rather than going through formal education for 12 years, coming out of there with an E, a grade that can't take them anywhere else, and they have lost time to learn on what they could have learned. So what is our fight? Our fight is to say that we can actually change this state of affairs. But we are going to require the partnership of parents, and we're going to require the partnership of teachers. Every time we have an invitation to come and join you, we always come. As we speak to you now, I have countless emails in my inbox seeking partnerships, and we are not going to participate because we can't spend all our time in those things. But head teachers matter. You determine the future of very many people. I have heard that you are doing very well with JSS, and that may be true. The picture we have is very different. Because I have gone to North Hor, I have gone to Langalani, I have gone to Kakuma, I have gone to Lamu. I know the picture. It's very different. And that picture is different because sometimes we like to feel good and whitewash things. But we are whitewashing futures of young Kenyans. And I have told people, please take time and remember this, that every generation will produce its own doctors. It will produce its own engineers. It doesn't matter whether you teach them or not. Even if you let these children go through school without learning a thing, there will be a doctor from that class, there will be an engineer from that class, there will be a policeman from that class. The question is, which kind of doctor will you have? And that is the one who will treat you in your old age. After you have saved up money with the banks, I've seen them marketing you. That is the person you pay that money that the banks are telling you to save. How safe will you be? So we can change this picture. That is one of the lessons we have picked over the years, that our education systems are fundamentally unjust. And it's not just Kenya. It is a global issue. Education systems are set up for elite reproduction, and we have to change that. Because the majority of the children in this country and in all countries are not elite. So we need to focus. And the school leaders are at the core. The second lesson that we have picked up, we picked many lessons, but I'm sharing just two. The second lesson that we picked up is that teachers are so involved in research. Head teachers in particular are at the bottom where they can't pass any buck to anyone. When everything fails, people pass the buck, but then it stops with the head teacher because where he is or she is the last level. You can't pass it to anyone. You can't pass it to the parents because very many of us grew up with parents who didn't care whether we went to school or not. So as a head teacher, if you're going to say, the father has refused to come to school, the father doesn't care. The father may not even be caring that the child is in school. It is up to you to try and make sure the kid stays in school. I was in Bubisa Primary in June. And in June, we still had children reporting to school. And they come alone. I don't know if the head teacher is here. Children are coming to school on their own. And if you ask them where the parent, they don't know. And it's up to you to keep them in school. Give them uniform, feed them. When school's closed, they won't go home. Because they now don't know where home is. Parents are most likely moved from where they were when this child was coming to school. So they won't go home. You keep them in school, however you will keep them in school. So you guys are at a point where you can't pass the buck. And because you are at the point where you can't pass the buck, you do so many things, most of which people keep telling you, teachers should do, teachers should. We have done research and we have realized that teachers should do this. We have done research and realized that teachers should do that. And I have sat in meetings here in Nairobi, meetings in many places in the world, and had that kind of conversation over and over about what teachers should do and what head teachers should do. Yet, these teachers participate in the research, but credit is never given for their role. Because they participate as individuals. Mwalimu Cheva was with us, a few other teachers who are with us. He was teaching us the pronunciations in English that I would never master. I gave up on trying after the first few days. So what I have come here to say actually, emanating from that second lesson, is that we have decided we will change this kind of conversation and try to get teachers through the Head Teachers Association to be co-producers of the evidence that is being used to make these decisions. Yeah? Because I know that very many of you are running comprehensive schools. Very many of you are sent 2 CRE teachers for the school. The Presidential Working Party has said senior school will be 60% STEM. But at the moment, all your children are being taught by CRE and Kiswahili teacher. And of course, you don't have a voice, but I have a voice. That's why I said in the beginning, I have the liberty of being non-government. So I can say whatever I can say and however I can say. We want to change the narrative. We want to enter into an agreement that is going to do research on the parental engagement model. And this evening, my team, the executive board of Kepsha and the Parents Association will have a meeting to finalize the plan. So I'm just here to ask you that when we happen to come to your school next year, because this project will run for 3 years, please open the doors for us, as you have always opened the doors when we have come. We are going to run this as a randomized control trial, try to understand how our female parents participate in school decision making, and we want to see whether we can help to improve the current parental engagement model. The current parental engagement model is a positive step, but it starts from the assumption that parents don't want to sit with their children. That is not true. If you live in Majengo in Nairobi, and you are a watchman, yeah, who goes to work at 5 before your child comes back from school, and comes back at home 7 in the morning when the child has gone back to school, have you really refused to sit with the child? If you are that teacher in Bubisa with 400 children who board, whom you give assignments every evening saying, with your parent, do this, and you know they are there in school, they are not going anywhere. So the teachers are ending up trying to be parents at the same time, and they are also parents of other children who have been given assignments to come and work with their parents. But you are still also trying to be parent of these many other children you have told to do this with their parent when you know they will not see the parent. We want to interrogate that mode. And that is the work that we're going to do jointly with the Kepsha, and we're going to do it jointly with the Parents Association. And it will run for 3 years. We want to see what evidence generated by the teachers themselves and by parents themselves will say, as compared to the evidence we have always told them, we have done research and we have realized this is what teachers need to do to make learning better. We have changed our curriculum. The curriculum is good. Curricula can never solve all the education problems because many of them are non-curriculum related. I have said very many things at the wrong time when people are hungry and they should be planning to leave the room. But please allow me to just thank you for continued support. We have gone to thousands of schools over the years. This year we went to 1,800 primary schools. We went to 1,500 secondary schools. We have always been received, and we don't take it for granted. So we appreciate. It is our responsibility to make sure that the information you are giving is treated in confidentiality, and that information is used to serve the purpose for which you work so hard. Listening to what has been said earlier, I was asking myself, okay, these head teachers are dying to make schools run. Because that is the truth. We live in this country. We know that when you are told, I taught in the university, in a public university for a long time. So I have inside experience of how public institutions run. And the fact that what is budgeted and shown on paper, it's never always what you get. Unfortunately, we have told parents we are giving head teachers money, so parents should not ask you for anything. Chairman of the parents, you have a task to start telling parents that head teachers don't have enough money to run schools, and they need to support them. It will be a task on your shoulders. We will speak, and most of the time we have been called noisemakers, but we don't mind it. I am a Kenyan who plans to be here until my old age, so I don't want these doctors who will be produced having been taught by CRE Kiswahili to be the ones treating me in old age. Thank you very much, and be blessed.
Thank you so much, Doctor. It's now time to award Doctor to receive an award from Kepsha. Can we give him a lot of applause? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Sorry, I think I forgot to say something important. I'm here with my colleagues. We have a tent, and they will be in that tent until Thursday. So please come by. We will be happy to answer so many questions to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manyasa. I want to say, listening to Doctor, you'd even pray that the sun would just be still so that time is not running out. Today was christened as a day of academics, where we'd be ready to learn and learn. And we really appreciate our speakers, our presenters. As we are moving on, I'm privileged to present one who is going to give us a presentation on Data Protection Act and the right to privacy for children in Kenya. And this will be none other than Victor Ndede, the Digital Rights Manager, Amnesty International. Karibu sana, brother.
Good afternoon. I know we have a danger of having this conversation after a very long morning, but I'll keep it very brief and just to highlight the main points that we ought to consider as head teachers. But first of all is to congratulate the Kenya Primary School Heads Association on your 20th anniversary as an association. As Amnesty International, we are proud to have supported Kepsha over the last couple of years and wish you the very best as you continue to grow as an association. For those who don't know, Amnesty International is one of course, the largest human rights organizations in the world. And we boast ourselves to have at least 10 million members across the globe. And part of that membership is here in Kenya and with some of you as head teachers, and we believe and campaign for human rights for all. I will also say that we do have an exhibition booth within the compound, and if you pass by, we'll be able to share more about our work, and importantly, our work around safety for children in schools. And as you know, over the recent past, we have had an increased number of students who have suffered either injury or death in schools, and we now are running some work around protection and safety of children in schools, and also trying to get the appropriate policy makers and policy guidelines to ensure that students remain safe within our institutions of learning. And there's definitely more at our booth for us to share about that work. My brief for today is to talk about data protection and the right to privacy for children. And it is a very important conversation because as we heard in the morning, part of the outcomes from the Presidential Working Party on education sector reforms is also on data protection. We also have in the program, I think tomorrow, the day after, a presentation from the Communications Authority on child online safety. But before we do get to child online safety, it is important for us to understand what we call a new phenomena in law, which is data protection. We all know it's a very new concept in this part of the world, given that privacy never existed based on our communal living. And so now we do appreciate that privacy is very integral. All of us want their privacy, and all of us, including children, deserve their privacy. And so we do know in 2010, when this country gave unto itself the 2010 Constitution, one of the things we put in there was the right to privacy. And we said in there that we wanted personal information or private affairs of people not to be revealed unnecessarily or required unnecessarily. And we also said the privacy of communications should not be infringed. This is what we gave ourselves in that law. And when the Constitution of Kenya talks about every person, it includes children. And these are the people we interface with on a daily basis in the course of our work as head teachers. If that was not enough, last year the new Children's Law came into effect, which we do have now as the Children's Act of 2022, which I assume most of us would be aware of. And that act also provides explicitly for children's right to privacy. And of course, it says that no person is allowed to unlawfully or arbitrarily interfere with the privacy of a child. Of course, it talks about the privacy of a child, the privacy of their family and their private affairs, and even their correspondences. The honor and reputation of a child should not be attacked in respect of their right to privacy. But of course, the law also provides that parents and legal guardians have the right to exercise what we call reasonable supervision over the conduct of children. So it's not a shield that children can use at all times and say that they have a right to be left on their own, or they have a absolute right to privacy. A parent or a legal guardian has the responsibility to exercise that reasonable supervision. We all know that in the same constitution that we passed in 2010, we said in there that the best interests of a child are the most important aspect, or is the most important matter when you are deliberating or when you're looking at any matter that involves a child. At the bottom of every conversation, it will always be what was the best interest of a child or of that child. And so we have to ensure that when it comes to data protection, right to privacy, you have to ensure that the best interest of the child is at the front. A couple of years ago, in 2019, this country passed what we call the Data Protection Act. By legal standards, it's a very new law because some of our laws are very old. If you look at our laws on registration of persons that we use to get your IDs, the 1949 law, Public Order Act is a 1950 law. So definitely a 2019 law is a very new law. And so in 2019, one of the things that came into place was the Data Protection Act. And what did this law come to do? It came to protect your personal data and the personal data of everyone in this country. And it's because people have had their data misused, people have had their communications infringed, people have had a lot of problems with how their personal information has been used. I'm sure if I had a lot more time, we would be able to even see or hear people who have had messages from people who you don't know, messages from loan apps telling you someone borrowed a loan, and that is a misuse of your personal data. A few months ago, we had the issue of WorldCoin, and why it was an issue in this country is because of personal data. And so this law, called the Data Protection Act, came to do just that. And it not only protects us as adults who would believe we have personal data to protect, but it also protects children and young people. It provides for principles on how you should handle data. And this is very important for those of us who are running schools, the head teachers. Because when I come to the end, I'll be able to explain why some recent developments have exposed schools and have exposed teachers as individuals. When we talk about personal data, it's something like a name. Your name is personal information because it can be used to identify you. Someone's age is their personal information. Your phone number is your personal information. Most of this information that we gather and collect in schools, we have to ask ourselves how it is kept, how it is used, or how it is misused, in my view. Because oil is synonymous with extraction, and so we don't want people to extract our data. We want to control our data and our information so that it is not used negatively against us. Because all the times data has been used negatively or has been used in a way that you did not agree to, in a way you did not consent to, it has been to your detriment or to a very negative effect on you. We have people who have been scammed money on M-Pesa. We have people who have been scammed money on their banks, and it's just because of personal information that was not managed properly. And so even in the school setting, as heads of school, you manage a lot of data. And this law applies to you. This law actually requires that at any time you're processing personal data relating to a child, you have to get consent of the parent or the legal guardian. Every time. I know most of us, because of standard business operation or school operation, we will process most of this information without reference back to the parent or the legal guardian. And that is a problem. When it comes to the law, you're the one who will be asked whether you got consent to process that information. And most of the time, if you have not, you'll be in trouble. At the heart, or the most important thing when it comes to personal information of people, is consent. Mtu alikubali. And consent in data transaction has to be written has to be informed consent. Even for ourselves, because people have our data out here. Your employer, at least for most, is the Teacher Service Commission, which even the Presidential Working Party recommended that it be registered with the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner as a data controller, because the Teacher Service Commission has a lot of your data. If something was to happen to the data that the Teacher Service Commission holds, all of you are exposed to a lot of risk. In schools, you hold a lot of data on students. Majority of us may not understand the impact of what unauthorized access or unauthorized distribution of that data may mean to children and even their families. So this law came to look at that. And because of time, I'll just use one case example to demonstrate the impact. And this was to a school. A few weeks ago, we heard about, it was maybe a month ago, we heard about a school in Udhiru, Nairobi called Roma School. It's a private school in Nairobi. It was fined by the data commissioner 4.55 million Kenya shillings for misuse of information belonging to pupils. And of course, by law, they are required to pay. So what did this school do? This school used personal information in the form of images or photos of children on their social media pages without the consent of the parents. So, and the purpose of them using those images and photos was for what we call direct marketing, where you engage in marketing of the school through social media. And so they used videos and images of those pupils in class, in the field, everywhere. And they were using them on TikTok, on Facebook. And they had not gotten the permission of the parents to do that. Because when a parent takes a child to school, the understanding is that they have gone there for an education. If you need to do anything else with them or the information, you still have to go back to that parent. In this specific case, of course, using children for marketing of a school was not part of the objectives of why they took those children to school. So the upshot of it was that the school was fined that amount of money. It is very punitive. It's a heavy fine for that school. For some of us who are engaged in that process, we saw what that school looks like in terms of finances and what that fine meant for that school. It is also important to note that that was the first ever penalty to a school in Kenya for misuse of personal information belonging to children. It happened in this country. And so it is a call for us all to review how we manage people's information within our schools, because as much as the school is exposed to that level of fine or penalty, this law is also very sharp on individual responsibility. So if it is determined that you as the principal or the head teacher was responsible for this breach, the law also follows you separately, where you, of course, upon conviction, either liable to a fine of 3 million shillings or imprisonment to a term not exceeding 10 years. So it is very punitive. And you know, this country is becoming very data cautious. Technology is at the heart of our development. We have everything being talked about. Let us go to e-learning. Let us have digital identity. So we are a digital country, and so there will be a lot of uptake of this technology. But with all this is exposure to loss of personal information belonging to people. And it is very costly to your institution and to yourself should you be in breach of what this data protection laws require. Anyway, I was not sent here to scare you. So it's just to say that we need, one, to understand the importance of respecting people's right to privacy, and especially young people or those children in schools, that they do have a right kisheria. And should you be in breach, of course, as I've mentioned, as they always say, sheria ina mikono mrefu. We also need us as heads of institutions to understand, and perhaps even as Kepsha now, to lobby the ministry to build capacities of heads of school on this very important topic. There are very many primary schools in Kenya. In terms of how the law looks at it, it is perhaps expected that each school does register as a data controller, but I don't think the guidelines for that have been issued. But it is something that is coming, and I think it would be best if the umbrella body representing the head teachers is able to get the ministry to provide guidelines on this. Because this one school is already in problems, and we know there is a complaint against 3 other schools and a couple of activities that happen within many schools. Simple things like people donating even the menstrual hygiene products in schools has gotten someone in trouble in this country. Because out of good intention, you go and donate whatever you're donating, but eventually, because you have to demonstrate to the people where either you got the money from, that you did, this activity indeed happened, you take photos innocently. But because some people believe that that was a violation of their right to privacy, they can still follow you up. And the law will take its course. They'll ask, did you have consent to share these photos? And they'll always ask you, what was the best interest of this person? The interest was for them to receive whatever you are donating. The photo may be good for accountability, but we have to ensure that we get guidelines on how to ensure that we have privacy, respecting photography for children. Because that child will come back and tell you in one of the cases that I'm talking about, that you posted that photo on Facebook very many years later, because we know the internet does not forget. There's a photo of me receiving this thing, which maybe does not sit well now at that point with their dignity as individuals. So I think it's for the association to really get to look into this, because it's something that is going to affect everyone. This country has become very litigious. Ndakupeleka kotini is the word of the day. And you'll find yourself in this problem if you're not cautious. The last thing I maybe want to talk about before I cede the floor is about understanding the impact of technology on children and young people. Early this year, Amnesty International was able to go around a couple of schools in this country just to understand the impact of technology on these children and young people. And one of the things we discovered was that we are greatly affected, our children are greatly affected by the technology that we have exposed them to. In fact, today, early today, Amnesty International was able to release findings of that research, showing how one social media application that is now popular in Kenya called TikTok is driving children and young people to depression, is very addictive, and people have made it intentionally addictive. And so it's something that also as an association, you may be interested in just understanding what is the impact, because it has been very interesting seeing all these materials and tools and measures that both the ministry and all the actors in the education sector are coming up with. But you may be sitting with people who are not in class because of what technology has done to them. And I think tomorrow or the day after, when Communications Authority talks about the child online protection, looking at child online sexual exploitation and other vices, it is very important for us to understand what then is the impact of technology on children and young people. And so that is as much as the time would allow me to just have this initial conversation. My colleagues have distributed flyers, I believe, to many of you. In front of you, that is a petition that I talked about our work around safety for children in schools. And it involves the case of a young boy called Eugene who died in school or in a school setting when a school went on riot. Police officers were called to intervene, and at the end of the intervention, that young boy lied dead. And so there's a lot of policy interventions we need to look at. There's a call to the Association of Heads to think about how do we intervene to ensure that schools are safe spaces for children and young people, and that they do not get exposure to harm or death while in the school setting. Because at the end of the day, we would expect that the school is the safest space for these children and young people. So for a child to die in school under those circumstances, it is quite shocking and, of course, points to a lot of challenges in, of course, public order management on the part of the police, but also safeguarding on the part of schools. So I welcome you to look at the petition. Amnesty International has a booth outside if you need further information on all the things we have talked about. But we are really grateful to have joined you on your 20th anniversary and AGM, and we look forward to future interactions with Kepsha. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. A big clap to our facilitator. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Iko zawadi kidogo pia from Kepsha National Office. Asante sana. Thank you very much, our brother Victor Ndede. Ladies and gentlemen, tumekaa kwa muda mrefu sana, si ndio? Hebu tusimame kidogo. Band vipi? Mko tayari? Hebu tusimame tafadhali kwa heshima na taadhima. Leo kuna kitu utampatia jirani yako akuwekee, alafu kesho usisahau kukichukua. Unachukua, unaweka kwa mwenzako. Tuko pamoja? Lakini uangalie yule utakayempatia, Angalia vizuri yule utakayempatia. Twende kazi jamani. Twende kazi, asanteni sana. Watu waamke kidogo. Umesikia hiyo maneno? Tunachukua, tunaweka Angalia pale unaweka vizuri, kesho utaitumia hiyo. Na sinuulize unaweka kitu gani, hiyo utajibu mwenyewe. Let's go. Asante sana. And everybody, let's dance. Let's be happy. Hapo sasa ile ngoma ya wazee. Mr. Karuga, hebu kumbuka kidogo.
Anachukua, anaweka General Dangote. Anachukua, anaweka Titi ya Dropa. Anachukua, anaweka Samuel Eto'o. Anachukua, anaweka kama kupenda na tamu unasikia, tamu kupenda naye, tamu kupenda naye. Let's enjoy the day. Tamu kupenda naye. Maneno tumeshazoea, vijineno tushazoea. Upenzi wangu mubaya, kwani nawausu shepu yake mbaya.
Wapi mikono ya kuchukua?
Utangaji nawausu nini wamefika babaya.
Anachukua,
anaweka chakike, wameingia chakike, chakike, wameingia chakike, wapenzi letu chakike, wameingia chakike, chakike.
Wapi unaweka? Kidogo. Bado hujachukua bwana. Unachukua kwa mwenzako, unaweka kwa mwingine. Ukipatia Gadhemia ataiweka mpaka kesho, atakurudishia. Chukua on the left, weka katikati, peana on the right. Twende bande.
Anachukua, anaweka anachukua, anaweka Samuel Eto'o. Anachukua, anaweka walimu wa Kepsha. Anachukua, anaweka ndani ya anachukua anaweka wa, anachukua anaweka wa. Mani emesi, unapatia panado, wachangaza mesi, kama sotia.
Hold on. Tosha kidogo. Tosha. Wakati national chairman anakuja, tutampatia tena. Asante sana. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2 more items, but because of time, tumeomba ruhusa kwa national chairman mambo ya nature lovers pamoja na mwalimu wetu ambaye alikuwa atufanyie learning from best practice. We'll push them to tomorrow. Is that agreed? Tumekubaliana hapo, si ndio? So can I now take this opportunity to invite our national chairman. Unajua leo tuko na wageni, si ndio? Sasa national chairman tunaomba aje ili aweze kutueleza mawili matatu kabla hatujakaribisha wageni wetu. Na tunampatia national chairman nyimbo yake. Tunachukua, tunaweka wa, si ndio? Moja basi haraka kabla national nyingia. Hapo tena.
Anachukua anaweka wa, anachukua anaweka wa, anachukua anaweka wa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Chairman amesema tusiweke.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take cognizance of the time it has taken us today and the patience of you and us that we are grown-ups, very aged grown-ups, and we know the capacity of sitting and listening through. I want to appreciate the way you have been patient to learn as we requested from the word go. Up to this time, I know we have learned a lot, and that this was the start. We were just laying ground for the start of the conference. So I want to appreciate that kind of patience. I want to appreciate that everybody was here because we had the right facilitators. And just like the vice chairman has indicated that it is good, now we give ourselves a break. Remember I said this conference is about learning, and it is also about steaming up from the stresses of the container. So we want to give ourselves a break. But allow me for a few minutes to recognize the very important guests we had today who are still with us. I introduced them to you. They are not new people to you, but we want to recognize them in a special way so that at least they can say hello. We know whether they've lost their voices for the time we have not been with them, or they are still commanding that voice they had when we were still listening to them. And I want also to assure you that from tomorrow we will be having a documentary which will be running in our screens for the 20 years documentary for the 20 years of our life as Kepsha. It will be running through in our program tomorrow in the screens up to Friday. and our leaders have been captured in that documentary. So we shall be listening to them in intervals in that documentary. However, now I will wish to request them just to greet, and probably one of them on behalf of the others to say a word or two. We will start with the lady and the gentleman who retired this year. Just to say, just come out here, come up here, so that you greet the members. The gentleman who retired this year, we have 4 of them. We have Mr. Philip Mitei, we have Mr. Gitonga, we have Caleb Oduyu, we have I'm told Madam Phoebe Kitoi will be joining us this afternoon, so tomorrow we shall be able to introduce her to you, to let her greet you. Just a greeting, please. Mr. Arab Mitei, say hello.
Thank you very much, our national chairman, colleagues from Kepsha and Kepsha officials, good afternoon. Bwana asifiwe. So for those who don't know me, I am Mr. Mitei Philip, Mwalimu Emeritus, who retired recently. And I have been in Kepsha for so many years. But I want to thank God because of the positions that God gave me through the leadership of the head teachers of this country. I retired as a national secretary for Kepsha, and I am now with my family at home, praying for you people, and we are together in spirit. Thank you very much for this wonderful invitation that we are part and parcel of this team today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then we have Mr. Gitonga Mugo.
Thank you, Chairman, fellow NEM members present, National Governing Council, and the entire head teachers of this country. Good afternoon. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. I want to say that it is really a privilege, Chairman. Thank you for recognizing us and feeling that we need to come and celebrate the 20 years with you. And we are part and parcel of the system, even though we have exited, but we are still there. I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, that one day you'll come where we have gone. We have our fathers there who mentored us, and then we came to the level and served for the period we served. And I would want to say that we are retired, but not tired. If you look at us, do we look like tired gentlemen? Ni Mungu tu. Kwa hivyo huko ni sawa, tulichukua, tukaweka. Kwa hivyo chukua na uweke, because life there is very enjoyable. Remember to keep something for that day. That's why, Bwana Chairman, we are here and we are proud to be the members of Kepsha out there. Karibuni sana, chukua na uweke. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then we have Mr. Caleb Oduyu.
Thank you, Mr. National Chairman. My dear colleague, Kepsha members, good afternoon. I'm Oduyu Caleb, the outgoing NAB member, and I came to the NAB as Nyanza.
And may our good Lord rest his soul in eternal peace. Amen. Those who physically we would have expected to be here are 3, but 1 has not yet reported. We don't know whether he's still on the way or he will join us another day. But we want to appreciate the 2 who are with us. And with the 2, 1 pioneer treasurer who is here. I would request him to come, and the Mwanzilishi wa children government, I would like also to come. Come, both of you. Ladies and gentlemen, our former chairpersons and these 2 will also be appreciated on Friday, when we shall be having the day for real celebrations. Today is just introduction. So just say hello within 1 minute, please. Abdul Razak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdul Razak Hussein. I am the first national treasurer of Kenya Primary Head Teachers Association. And actually today is a very memorable day for me because I was only 34 years old when I, Brother Waidaka and Wagina were trying to write the constitution of this Kepsha. We crowned Kepsha. We had to write the constitution. It took us almost 2 months to write until on 29th November, we had the launch with Madam Beth Mugo as Assistant Minister for Education. We had 204 delegates across the country, 68 districts of the country, each represented by 3. And on 9th February 2004 at 3 p.m., I had the honor to be given the certificate of Kenya Primary Head Teachers Association. And I was told to go and produce my ID. I produced my ID, and as I'm speaking to you, my ID is still at the Registrar of Societies and registered under Kepsha. And I'm a very proud man when I see and flashback 20 years back, and I'm still young, looking very energetic, and Kepsha is very well stronger. We will be together, we will talk more about it, and we will explain you all what time we have passed through. By then, we had no money. I spent in Nairobi for 1 complete month using my own money just to see the success of Kepsha. So we have done a lot, and I pray that Kepsha will even remain more longer and more stronger. Amnesty International, somebody said we were talking about the protection of the child. Please let us talk about the protection of the teacher. My colleague is here with me. I am currently not Executive Secretary Garza branch. After I left, I didn't retire. I moved on. I am currently the not Executive Secretary Garza branch, and here is my colleague, Brother Ndambuki from Akweni. So we are there to serve. I also want to remind the head teachers that the Professor Charles from KICD said, in the word of junior, the word secondary shall not be there. It is junior school. That politely translates to you that tell our teachers at the junior they should not go to Kopet, they should belong to Kanat, and they are there, and we will always be there together with them. Thank you very much, Brother Chairman. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Abdulazak, for using your ID to register our association. And you are there when we are now celebrating the 20 years of existence. Thank you very much. Madam Kaheri is the mother of the children government. Just greet the members.
Mr. National Chairman, and all the board members, and all the head teachers, how are you? You know, I like your hands because when I used to tell the children, they would go wild. And the head teachers, you should be wild because God has brought you up to here. How are you? I'm indeed happy to be with you today. I might not say so much, but I want to tell you one thing. When you are working, work for the Lord. Work for God, not for man. After 7 years, we are here. You have recognized us because of the work we did. Ama namna gani? So as you work, I want to encourage you this afternoon, do it and do it with your energy. I am here because God has taken care of me and because we did good work. Thank you, National Chairman, for recognizing us and just bringing us to feel back how we used to come to Mombasa. We love you and we are happy. Thank you for those who are still doing the children's garment. I am still there and energetic. I have connected with the 10. They are now out of university, they are working, and we are still friends. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mama Children's government. You know, this lady was very instrumental. I used to see her sleeping where the children are when they come here in Mombasa, when most of us were sleeping in hotels, enjoying in the evenings, but was with the children day and night. I think she is blessed. That is why she is growing younger. As age catches up, but she is growing young. Thank you, Madam Kaeri. Then we have the gentleman who gave me the Constitution. The gentleman who gave me the Constitution to run the association. That is the immediate former chair. And we have, in the absence of Titus, we have the father of Kepsha. So I will give the person who gave me the Constitution the mic to say hello and give it to the father of Kepsha to make comments about Kepsha. So Mr. Nicholas Rukungu Gademia, karibu.
Hi. You know, I thought you wanted to give me back the Constitution. I was worried. I was a bit worried, knowing how hot it is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And your executive board and the rest of the Kepsha officials, more so the people we are in the same crowd outside there, behaving the way we are supposed to behave outside there. I am very pleased today for you having invited us and invited me in particular to stand on this podium where one time we used to receive some baptism. Sometimes we used to get to receive baptism with the fire. I hope you understand what we mean. Because the last time that we stood here, there was an activity going on. That is part of life, and that is part of what makes people strong. The challenges that we experience. As he says, I gave him the Constitution, but that Constitution was from you people. It was drafted, and I was given the authority by none other than the old Mr. Let me not use the old Mr. Chairman, but the strong Mr. Chairman, Mr. Karoga, gave us an activity, both of us with the other chairman, Mr. Doro, to go and fine-tune and take it to the press. But on this field, or this podium, the delegates that year acknowledged and they received it, and it was confirmed as a constitution. It is the one that I used to work with, and it's the one that I handed over to him. And I believe it is the one that is in place even today. I appreciate all the ups and downs that we have undergone as head teachers. Having been a founder member, I never joined Kepsha. I formed Kepsha with some other people who are here. I can see Mr. Nyauro, I can see Mr. Masharia, and others who were in that teachers' hall that day that the convener, the late Mr. Waithaka, had convened the meeting. There are many, but I believe, much as you have undergone a lot of challenges, it doesn't matter how many challenges you undergo. It doesn't matter how many challenges or troubles you get in the sea there when you are sailing. The big question that will be asked to you is, have you brought the ship to the shore? Irrespective of how many, what do we call those, pirates, sea pirates and whatever, have you brought the ship to the shore? Mr. Chairman, the ship, there it is. The question will be asked by these gentlemen, by the people outside there, have you brought the ship to the shore? Irrespective of how many challenges that you are going to undergo. Let those challenges make you stronger and stronger. They are part of life. Let me just give you a single episode that will keep you going. At one time, a clever fool was moving very early in the morning. He wanted to go to his uncle's home. But on the way, he met an animal. He never knew what it was. But it stood on two. It was a bit dark, early in the morning. It stood on two. And he was quick enough to hold the two of the legs. And he could not release it. Then, light came. He saw, oh my goodness, it is a leopard. Imagine how tighter he held it. He held it. Here it is, it's a leopard. And now, light, or the sun started almost shining, and another fool passed along. Hey, German, what are you doing? And he said, can you hold this he-goat for me? And the fella just held the he-goat. Hold the he-goat for me so that I can go and help myself in the forest. The man took the he-goat. Can you just please hold the he-goat for me? Hold the he-goat. With the you know, you hold both legs. Sasa akaashiwa. Mwangaza ulipoingia akaona kumbe hii sio sege ni nini? Am I coming out? Akaona ni nini? What happened thereafter is upon him. What will happen thereafter is upon you. Bye. Thank you very much. God bless you. Long live Kepsha.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nicholas Gademia. Now I want to invite the father of Kepsha, Mr. Karuga. I know Mr. Karuga of a man of very few words, but few words of wisdom. Sorry, our father of Kepsha. Just 1 minute. He says,
sorry, I did not tell you where I went. I'm in the Juakazi sector. Siko Juakali, niko Jua kazi. Nafanya kazi kama mkulima, nasaidia kwa kanisa na mambo yale mengine. Karibuni tujenge nchi yetu. Thank you. I also need to salute my mentor. I don't want to talk about him because the chairman is going to whip me. You know, he is anaweza kujipisia kizazi vile nilikuwa na mchapa anichape. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I've said Mr. Karuga is man of wisdom and man of few words, but he can add even 2, 3, 4 words because we miss your wisdom too. I know your action. Most welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. It's very nostalgic to stand here in front of you. Mr. Chairman, this is a noble gesture. Even to think, the thought itself that you can recollect us and you can remember we existed, and we still do exist, to come here and join this fraternity. Because, as it has been said, it was not all rosy during that time. I remember the first time at Kasarani when we were hosting the late President Mwai Kibaki. And Bonagademia, we've forgotten that particular time.
Somebody talked about Mr. Titus Waithaka Kenyanjui, a man I worked with, and we worked very consultatively and very closely. And that is for another day. You know, Mr. Chairman, once you give a grandfather a mic, might go on and on because we are full of stories. Of course, beautiful stories. So I'll cut it short. We are here because you are there. How many people know about the saying of Ubuntu? I am because you. That is a very strong statement. We need one another. Actually, I should have started by thanking God that we are here and we are able to come here. And I was impressed when I was seated down there, Chairman, to hear you unpack your message in a very powerful way, which we need also to go unpack. Because whatever it is that we do during every time we are out there is for that child who you believe must be better than you. You know, that is a sacrifice. Whatever you are doing, you don't do it because you are going to get rewards or people will say good things about you. You are lucky if they remember you like the way you have remembered. But there are things we did with many of you here. I don't want to start calling names. Possibly, I might, at the appropriate time, get the mic to say what I would like to say when other people will be listening for the purposes of those people who are serving people out there. Not because of the money they have given, but for the sake of being patriotic and serving God. We have co-authored the books. Some of you know some of my books. And there is one which is effective management and leadership in the primary school. The other one is experiencing God in the family. And if you want to be the best leader, people talk about servant leadership, but think about one teacher who taught people for 3 years and changed the world. Jesus Christ. Serve as Christ. He went and picked fishermen, and turned them to be professors. 12 of them. It took only 3 years. Nobody has ever taught like Jesus. Do you agree with me? So anytime you are back in the school, I know you look at those children and you know they come from different backgrounds, but that doesn't matter. What matters is what you input onto them, and that impact makes what we call the Kenya we are enjoying now. I'm a proud person to get seated there, Chair, and listen to you people, and I'm proud of you. Of course, even before you go to Kepsha, we worked with you when you were in charge of sports.
Thank you very much. Members, can we put our hands together for all of them and give them hearty claps, please? Give them claps. Thank you. And as I said, we shall still be with them. We are pleading with you to be with us throughout the week, because on Friday, when it is the apex day of celebrations, we shall also be telling them thank you with a small token. So thank you and most welcome to be with us. Thank you very much for listening to us. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairman. A big clap to our national chairman. Asante sana. So, Waswahili wasema kila lenye mwanzo liko na nini? Mwisho. Kwa hivyo siku yetu ya leo imefika kikomo, but kabla tuja ondoka, lost and found, Please pass this message. Onesimus Mutiso. Onesimus Mutiso, ID. Samuel Kipsige Maritim, ID. Zabekuli Kaimenyi. Hey, huyu alikuwa waziri sio zamani. Timothy Kipruto, ID. Kenneth Onyango Odida, ID. Receipt. Wali Joseph Kitui. Delegate card, sijui ataingiaje huyu kesho. Daniel Ngetich. Mwingine Alice Bangoya. Tafadhali pass that message. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow's program begins at 8. Tomorrow is the official opening day. We shall be having our founder, wazee wetu wakazi with us, plus much more. Bishop, please karibia, karibu. Vile vile tulianza kwa kujiweka mikononi mwa Maulana, na vile vile nataka kufunga mikononi mwa Maulana ili tunapoenda nyumbani na pale kutulia tuweze kupata utulivu. Please tell our members, as you report tomorrow, make sure you have your ID and your delegate card plus your receipt at the gate, because we need to do that screening. It's very, very important. So after prayers, our band will entertain us. Then I think our guest, Mr. Macharia, you will show us the way forward. Have a nice evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mvua ya Mombasa ni baraka. Mimi nakwambia mvua ikinyesha leo, ingia uchapo na maji kidogo. Of course with your clothes on. Don't be in the hotel without anything on. Put your clothes on, ondoa simu, wacha onyeshewe, kesho tanambia kitu gani kimetokezea. Asante sana. Bishop.
Okay, let's stand and close. Bow. Your Heavenly Father, we are thanking you so much today. Thank you for this hour. We have learned a lot. We have heard from great men and women. And we want to pray that what we have heard, the knowledge you have acquired, shall transition to great implementation, and especially for the sake of the children you have put under our care. We are so privileged to see before us men and women who did a lot for Kepsha, even to see Kepsha coming now to 20 years of age. We thank you for them. Bless their lives. And as they continue aging, we pray that the grace of God shall rest upon them. Help us, Lord, now in this afternoon and whatever activities we may be directed to. We pray that you bless every delegate and every person in Mombasa. Thank you, Father. May your name be glorified. We pray that tomorrow morning we'll be able to be here and the day shall progress well as we continue to receive more and more. This is our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Bishop. Bwana Macharia, anything? Thank you very much.
Chairman's guest. Chairman, you have a guests and Mr. Dirango and the NEB. You can follow that
Ambassador Wabogu Kamau is celebrating Kepsha at 20 years with 4 great books for smart head teachers. 1.
Unlock success with these 4 essential books. Attention head teachers, unlock success with these 4 essential books. Book 1, Roles and Responsibilities of a Head Teacher. Book 2, Making Money in Hard Economic Times.